all the way down to the last second, and you would have to let the shorts close on Ape at the exact price of AMC, and then they would convert at the exact same price. I mean, like, dude,
we'll see. I mean,
so they're discussing.
So what you have
Peter Hahn apparently said. Peter Hahn,
maybe he was just saying that's the only
who
way
is a
it would be
complete
one
fraud,
is
by the way. Peter Hahn is a complete fraud.
I'm gonna keep
I don't even know if he exists. He's on the level of Dr. Marco Metzler. These fucking assholes.
And if AMC, if
fake ass motherfuckers.
500 pennies,
But Peter Hahn said apparently that AMC and Ape have to be the same price. They have to be the same price in order for them to be merged or converted or whatever.
Give you that number in your account. That's just
that makes no sense.
Work in any merger conversion.
Peter Hahn spreading FUD as always. You know how I know he's full of shit? You know how I know Peter Hahn is full of shit? Because he blocked me on Twitter. He blocked me on Twitter. Me.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. I mean,
the hell? You know, he's scared of Scotty.
I don't even care, really. I'm just going to do what I need to do.
He has no facts. He's a piece of shit. Liar. Like fraud.
And change the fucking world.
AMC needs to be at 2. Yes. That's the takeaway. Model 3 2. Don't worry, it's going there.
Well, not one share of AMC, but it's just going to turn to
Jesus Christ, what a shit show.
I think it's
what a complete and utter shit show. Wow.
Do good things when you guys get paid with your money. Don't be like these clowns. Don't forget where you came from.
Chris, Kevin blocked you.
What's stopping?
I thought he was.
You don't have to close, and the prices are going to be the same.
No, never mind.
And
I guess not.
Isn't going to run higher than AMC. Then why don't they just infinitely short AMC right now down to $1, and then
God, these people are so ignorant.
That's like what I say, because I believe that if Ape starts running, it's going to push it up. Now, what you just said made sense as well, as that
no, it didn't.
Cash out, you got a whole bunch of money.
None of it makes sense.
What
the fuck are you talking about?
You get double the shares in your or whatever Ape for the AMC. Now they're worth all the same, and now they got to close out all those positions because the CUSIP number changes, and then that goes up, and then you decide what you want.
I love that too.
If you want to get double rich.
What is the basis for they have to close their shorts because the CUSIP number changes?
I see it playing out.
What?
Where if anybody wanted to be rich and
these motherfuckers,
they could do that.
They're.
And that's what I thought was great, is that this is.
I love how they're getting their hopes up for something again. Like what? What? How many times you have to ride this roller coaster before you realize, oh, this is a roller coaster. It's not the train to get back home. It's not the subway. It's a roller coaster.
One more fact that about Ape, and they start closing out their positions.
They're not going to close their positions because you want them to.
What does that also do?
I love this.
That there's AMC 1, which
they all assume that the shorts are going to close their shorts after this whole thing. And I'm telling, they're not. The price is going to drop further.
AMC because Ape is moving up. And you also actually have a lot of that,
if it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. These people think it is obvious that the shorts will close their positions after this bullshit action by AMC.
Keep in mind that that's something that also can affect AMC when Ape's going up. And that puts more pressure on them on the AMC side.
I can't wait, honestly.
Ladder squeeze.
He was sucking ass to Teddy Zane, trying to clout chase his live stream. Every time he posted, I would, oh, so you were trolling him. Oh, okay, Chris.
So he said, let me create something to get these crap.
Oh my God.
To get these weak motherfuckers that just want to get money, right? All right, cool. I create
what? For you. That's what it is.
But in the meantime,
God damn, these people are fucking stupid.
We got some business to do, and it might be a long fucking period of time. It might be 10 years from now. But that's what nobody's understanding. This reverse split is not for you. Then get the fuck out. Get out with 8. Get
wow.
As money you can and get the fuck out. But it's not for you.
You mad, bro? You fucking mad? Holy shit. This is a malicious ape. It's not for you, bro. It's not for you, bro. Trust me, bro. It's not for you, bro.
Stop chilling, murder.
What a bunch of idiots. These people are fucking retarded.
You know
How do these people even know? How do these people have any
Murder's over here trying to
money at all?
Murder's over here trying to get people to sell his shit.
Oh man,
Level of promotion is directly proportional to the elasticity of one's lips.
Zero moon. What does that mean? You either here or you not. Pick a fucking side, you indecisive ass motherfuckers. That shit is so
We loading the boat.
wishy-washy.
Load the boat.
Like either pick a fucking side. Whose side are you on? You're a fucking ape or you're a fucking hedgy?
Oh my God.
Hey, one question I
These
got,
people are
when they
fucking
get to the ape,
retarded. Oh my. Are you an ape or are you a hedgy? Holy fucking shit.
11 on the
I'm
ape,
somebody who wants to make money. Thank you very
7.
much.
So when we go back 1 to 1,
So if it's between hedgies and apes,
that
I
figure,
guess I'm a
I
hedgy.
mean, does that make sense?
Because
I mean, we didn't have a split price, is where I'm going with it.
apes don't make money.
Oh, the
That's
market
where I
determines
think
the price.
see, I think that's where Chris was actually, when he was explaining earlier, it makes the most sense because it was a 35-65% kind of split. And I was originally anticipating a 50-50
So was
when I
Adam.
first saw it. Yeah.
Clearly.
But I think
market-
that's where, and I
Well,
think
the
that's
market
why
is
the
market
whole
is
scenario
the
that
market
Chris
is
was
better
pointing
than
out
Adam
about
Aron.
the actual stock price, specifically pointing to how it's going to actually go back in. Like if ape is, like you said, $20 and AMC happens to be at 10, then you're getting 2 AMC shares out of that one ape. And that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
Originally, I did numbers, so it was different, but that doesn't mean that I don't respect Chris enough to listen to his theory, and it does make sense.
It does make sense, but I think what else makes sense is that it pushes the price of AMC up too, and it doesn't allow it to get above that price in accordance with
Yes.
that ratio. I don't know if that's how it works. I really don't. I don't, because we've never seen it there. It split and then it went, and we never seen it back there, so we don't know until it gets
This
to that
Chris
point,
guy,
will it ever go over
Chris
the price of AMC?
Soka, I don't know. This guy is an obnoxious fucking piece of trash right here.
Of convertible bonds and convertible stocks on
This
preferred
guy.
equities, that in all situations there is a convertible.
He's the kind of guy that says, God bless America, Second Amendment, in case the First Amendment doesn't work out. What?
And how many shares are either
That sounds like a goddamn threat to me.
okay? There will
Fucking
be
idiot.
shares issued if ape is higher, and there will be no shares issued if these shares are lower. So if ape is lower than AMC, you will actually have more control as an AMC shareholder. If ape runs to higher highs, you will have more control, because if you have a $10 share, you'll be getting, and it's a $5 share of AMC, you'll be getting 2. So you will have diluted the AMC share by adding an extra share of AMC to another preferred shareholder. So the preferred shares are extremely valuable from what I'm reading here.
Oh, yeah, they're extremely valuable.
If you don't understand about preferred equity, and I'm not just talking about ape, I'm talking about in general, every business has a preferred share. That is usually used directly for market makers, banks to put into the company so that they can actually, it's like getting a loan and you're using your equity to continue on with innovations and things like this. Most cases, and I'm just saying most cases.
Emergency green team meeting. Safety meeting. Safety team meeting.
Sometimes 10 times, 100 times the amount of a standard common share based off the when they're actually developed. So in this case, that's why you did the 1 for 100, because you set the groundwork for it to be basically, that means your preferred share, if it was actually trading to us, which it never will, a preferred share standard, not an equity, is at this point, it would cost you $500.
I mean, the thing about parity is the market has to price that.
So,
like,
and that's just at this moment, because it's all at this point they generalized it.
There's no other way. Like,
the amount of the standard common stock.
I don't see it. I don't see it going to
and they use
the
it
same
for
price.
loans and
I just don't
liens.
see it.
So
I don't see the market doing that.
I'm reading this right now.
I think it's clear the market does not see them as equal.
Investor.gov.
Maybe they are on
And
paper.
it's, you know, the
but
greater the dilution through the conversion ratio.
maybe the market's
formula,
priced into
right?
ape
So the formula
the
basically
possibility
is
of the
what I described
dilution,
earlier. If the price is lower,
and that is
than
worth
the
less.
common share,
I don't know.
there will be no dilution. It'll be the opposite of dilution.
But
so you will actually reduce the share count because you will take, if it's 2 for every 1, your ape share will
did Lou
be
give a bat signal?
turned in.
Oh yeah, he did. He did give a bat signal. It was
AMC. So if the price
you know,
of ape is less than AMC,
start with
you have to
500,
pay
then you'll
the
get
difference
2,000,
to
then
get
you'll
one
get 10
AMC
piece.
share. If the price of ape is higher, you will dilute the AMC by issuing new shares
God, why?
of AMC to those preferred shareholders. And that dilutes their control of the company, which is not something the AMC shareholders will like very much, but the preferred shareholders will like very much.
Jeez. I'm getting already.
And here's the thing. If you dilute too much through this preferred process,
I don't know why my connection went to shit already.
If you dilute too much through this preferred process, so if the preferred shares run so high, right, that you have to constantly issue so many shares, you will dilute so much of the stock that it will be hard to raise capital, which is why I'm pretty sure he's offering the 10-to-1 split, because you're going to get 10-to-1 and you're going to raise the value of the company back up on the 10-to-1 split. You'll be getting AMC.
It doesn't change the value of the company.
Those into your ape.
How does it change the value of the company? Oh yeah, it changes the earnings per share too, doesn't it? God damn.
Bring something like that to pass, which could expand back into Canada like Bonnie wants. I know that. So there's options like this actually still happening that AMC hasn't fully explored yet.
It does say in there too, just to chime in, it says that they are currently they discontinued talks. So it doesn't say they're not going to recontinue them, but yeah, currently they're just waiting probably to see what plays out here, and then I would assume you'll hear something.
But remember, what makes a low float company appetizing? Do you guys know? What makes a low float company appetizing is a chance for making agreements with companies who are willing to say, okay, so you have a limited.
No, it's a 56K fax modem, Model 3 dude.
A benefit because it shows your strength as a company, and you have
holding up pretty well.
Your stock price, you have a low float, it can't be hindered as much. So we want to actually join forces with you.
Yeah, from what I'm reading right here on this investor gov thing that this person sent me. They said upon what the fuck is the word? Not convergence.
Conversion.
Conversion.
Yeah, the conversion. God damn, the conversion of AMC.
Yeah, I want to listen. I want to trust this guy.
That people don't like conversions like this is because there will be too big of a float, and it will be very easily manipulated down. And like, there's a reason why. So that means there's a
manipulated
reason
down.
It massively dilutes a float. So there's a reason why all the ape becoming AMC must be 10-to-1 split, because a float that's too thin is easily manipulated down.
Yeah, simultaneous.
Right. So, well, no. When ape converts to AMC, if there's 1.4 billion shares controlling the stock,
what is he talking about?
Easily bring that price down, right? So there's
so simultaneous split it.
So yes,
upon the conversion.
So split it on the conversion, so you have more control.
The guy's an idiot
at a higher level, is what they're saying.
Yeah.
And this is all the more reason when someone's saying no on the 10-to-1, do your DD. This isn't financial advice to anybody. Just do your DD and don't go up. Sometimes we got some high profile people saying no on it. So everybody do their DD. That's the key here.
Hi, Disc Spinner.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, Model 3 dude. What the hell? What the fuck was that actually?
Cool. I wanted to throw a different angle at this. I'm a long time. I've been in this since the beginning, and when Aron said 1 + 1 = 2, he also said that these should trade close to the same price. And you hear that video, that when he's at the movie theater saying he thinks that it'll be close to around 140 million if it's approved at the reverse split, right, of the 1.4 billion.
Well, I remember him saying that.
He said it. He said at current levels, it would be 140 million.
Yep.
So my thought is that, he also said that Ape is trading 8 to 9 times below AMC, which at 66 cents, that's where that math comes out. But this thing also didn't split when Ape was created. It didn't split 50-50. There was all those shenanigans going on in the brokers, right? So, I mean, how
shenanigans in the brokers? What does that have to? No, there wasn't.
Ape and versus 65.
God damn, they're gaslighting themselves. They're gaslighting themselves. What the fuck?
You can see that playing out right now, obviously, as AMC comes down.
I have never seen a group of ignorant people like this.
I don't know.
Holy fuck.
Right, but my thought is thinking, let's just say
yes, this is a gloves off live stream. I don't care.
3 weeks from now,
this is fucking stupid.
And we're approved for the conversion and the split.
It's coddling and participation trophies, which my generation famously received a lot, but I didn't.
Wakes up the next day and
I didn't want them. My parents.
Now you have
my parents were not the oh, Scotty, you're doing so. You did so well.
Multiple lower float, 140 million.
Meanwhile, I sat on the bench the whole game. Like, no, they didn't coddle me like that. But anyway,
dividend.
It
cost them 140 million.
It's coddling and participation trophies,
and when it's
and the lack of
$5 and AMC is at
a heavy dose of reality that has allowed these people to get to this point.
$25 in the open market.
So they need to be shocked back to reality.
But if we don't do that, let's just say
they are too stupid to do legitimate DD. This is their idea of DD
with the Ape and sell Ape at whatever the price
and also
because there's not two different stocks that are working against him, right? So he could go make a deal with somebody and say, I'll give you a deal. Here's 100 million shares of AMC, of Ape actually, because he can't sell more AMC. See, because one of the things that I've heard some people say, and I don't know.
And why can't he do that? Oh, because the apes.
That Ape will be delisted and will not be. It will cease to exist. Well, how can that be if he's sitting on Ape?
All
preferred shares,
all
right?
Ape will be converted, not just the ones in the float, but all the Ape that are technically sitting on the bench for the possibility of dilution will also be converted into AMC shelf shares.
And that's for sure. Everybody agrees on that?
Yeah, that's the whole point, is to get rid of the Ape preferred equity. He can always bring it back with a vote from the board and, throw it back out.
Yeah. Is it disc spin that's talking?
I hope they do it again and it fails fucking miserably.
Ape's been there since before any of us have been in this play. It's been around since like 2013. So it just shelf. They just shelf them, just like Chris is saying. I believe they just put them back. It's not like, he just puts them on the shelf like where they were to begin with. Then he put out an 8K and said he was going to release Ape, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there you go. He wants the power to do that, and I want to give him his
preferred equities, and then he made one.
Who are the people?
One of 100.
Who are the people that said
one preferred
that
into
this was going to be over soon?
Units, and then he did that.
And you know who you are.
That way.
People here. There are people here. People in general.
Yeah, I mean,
who said, "Oh, this is coming. This is going to be over soon. It's coming to an end."
A lot of people have taken into consideration.
And I said,
I'm a yes. I'm
pretty sure I said, because I'm saying it now, is what I would have said. I said it.
Do what you need to do. But there's also people.
I don't think so.
Going to be against that, right?
Every time
Under the first scenario,
there's something new.
That it might actually
take
be
it
better to just not
seriously. They misinterpret it, and it gives them a newfound sense of hope.
You know, now there's no.
Here we are,
trading, right? They're all shelved, but the ape ticker's still there. But I guess.
But maybe this will be the last straw.
They're doing it the other way.
Yeah, right. There'll be another one.
I love this discussion. I'm glad that I could help as much as I could. I'm gonna drop out for a while. I'll probably come in and see if you're still going
Bob,
later.
You're one of the best, dude. I always appreciate your commentary.
Hopefully,
we all do something.
Hopefully, that's as far as your involvement with AMC goes.
The best.
Oh boy.
Have a good one, Papa.
That kid.
Yeah.
Why would you do that to a child? Holy shit.
From investor.gov. And it literally is just all it is just telling me, you know, that there are ratios that the companies control, and the companies decide the ratio on a 1-to-1 split, and then they decide what the ratio of 1-to-1 actually means in their own fucking terms. So it's not
I sent that.
That guy Chris is he's such a fucking moron.
So that we can.
He is a fucking moron.
He either respond or Adam Aron.
Second Amendment, in case the First Amendment doesn't work out.
You know,
yeah.
If one person's saying one
thing,
another person's saying another thing.
Fucking brilliant.
You know, we think we know based on the information. So based on the information that we have been able to gather, the DD that we've been able to do, we believe it to be X, but we need to know from Adam Aron, or we need to know from investor relations. Well,
I told him to do a press release.
I requested that they do a Q&A similar to the one that we had when Ape was released. I remember Rocket, Chris, and I were doing a lot of spaces at that time, and it was very helpful to just reference, you know, the number on the Q&A when people were asking questions and direct people to that. So, I mean, we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Because the apes can follow numbers.
Adam,
you say go to number 5, they can do that.
Hey guys, how's it going? How was everybody's Christmas?
Fantastic.
Amazing.
Hey,
awesome.
I'm not too like I just hopped on Twitter for the first time today, and I went before hopping in here. I hopped into this other ape radio that Hedge is hosting, and they're and someone's going off about price and freaking about to jump off a ledge and whatnot. And it just made me think, like, because you guys
That's
know
why we need clarification.
But
Elon.
Roboting.
Yeah, Vonnie's definitely.
Elon, what's going on, Elon? Fix the fucking site.
So here's my two cents, guys, if you don't mind. Is we know that for goddamn, I don't know how long, that price is kind of irrelevant because that OBV's all the way up there, you know?
Oh, fuck off.
Fucking dark pool and short this shit. So,
yeah, this guy knows what he's talking about right here.
I'll leave. I'll come back.
Fuck it. Why is the conversation of price even happening right now? What we should really be asking ourselves is there a way that we can go about this split that would benefit the valuation of the company, and how much
there isn't.
100%.
Right.
Thank you for saying that. Vote to make AMC strong, not financial.
Yeah, because I think Chris has been adamant about this. Is that they're gonna, until like now, we just have to beat their thesis that AMC is a dying company. Once we get positive and we can do a dividend, like that, shit will make sense.
I mean, I can't believe that they still think a dividend.
Make sense of it when fucking AMC is positive.
A dividend would do it. Like, that's the goal here. That's his goal. His goal is for AMC not to be a dying company, so that they can become profitable, so that they can issue a dividend, and once they issue the dividend, then you have the squeeze. How many times do you have to be wrong about your catalysts?
Thanks for having me, guys.
I mean, that one is so far
the thing that
off. Like
I've been pushing,
a
man,
dividend is not happening.
dude. I
There
don't
will
push
be
it,
no dividend
that
anytime
I buy
soon.
the stock. I hope there are other.
Even if there were,
stock. I go to the movies. I buy the merch. I
with their track record of being wrong.
And drinks. My girlfriend's literally at the theater right now watching Avatar in 3D with my sister because I can't see in 3D. So, she took her to go see it in 3D so she can enjoy that experience.
3D,
dude,
you got to be able to play chess in 4D, bro. 4D chess.
In every aspect. We're going to buy popcorn when it comes to retail stores. We're going to get the credit. Everyone in my family, my mom, my dad, my
that is fucking retarded. You are an idiot.
My brother-in-law.
Wow. We're getting the credit card, guys. We're going to support AMC.
We're pushing the fundamentals of the company to try and make it a positive cash flow company, right? We want our company that we own to do well, and not just because people are buying the stock. We don't want to pump it and dump it. We want to be a part of the greatest entertainment franchise in the world. We believe that AMC is going to be the greatest entertainment company on the planet.
So he came for the squeeze and stayed for the fundamentals. It sounds like.
Yeah.
If they stop, you see what happens to them. The quality falls off, right? You can't put a movie like Avatar out unless you play it in theaters. You can't put $800 million on streaming. You can't. You can't have $1 billion budget and then put it on streaming. You'll never recoup the money unless you want to make $75 a month.
They can't even they can't even pay for the fucking light bill.
That's the only way you're recouping the money for the movies that you make. You have to have movie theater sales. You got to show it on the big screen. AMC is the leader in entertainment, and we truly believe.
No, they're not.
So again,
no, they're not.
How do we get the stock price up? Fundamentals, buying popcorn, buying stock, making our earnings reports look good. On the other hand,
so that you can have a short squeeze that will destroy the fucking company.
If not every paycheck.
Good fucking job with your fundamentals, Chris.
I'm doing the best I can with what I got.
Yeah, let's strengthen the fundamentals so that we can then
me as much as everybody else. I like to focus on the AMC split talk.
Sell out
because I think that's
take
the most important
whole market cap with us.
I'm literally reading it off the government website. Okay.
I don't think we should deter from talks about the split. I just think that the mindset of how it's being brought up is kind of in the wrong direction. Just from what I've heard in the last fucking 15 minutes of me being in spaces, but because I 100% believe, and I think you were saying it.
So I've been in spaces for 15 minutes, but I think that you guys are doing it wrong.
Yeah, they thought we were just in for some quick money, or maybe it was Citizen.
Well,
in for some quick money.
You were though. If you had made the quick money, you wouldn't be here now. So you kind of are.
This is a good company and that isn't going bankrupt soon. And I believe that that's true too. They're gonna hold on until we can.
There it is.
Yeah, it was me who said
fundamentals.
that, and there's proof to it, man. There's proof to it. They waived all margin calls on January 28th of 2021. They were $10 billion in the red, according to the GameStop report, and the DTCC stepped in. And
they love to pretend like they are owners of they love to say that they're our company. We own it. Us, our.
They don't know what they did.
Yeah, they.
This is all gonna blow over.
It's ridiculous.
Don't margin call anybody. Just let this all blow over and let the hedge funds handle it. Let the banks handle it. It'll all blow over in the short time. In the meantime, get your media machine on it. And guess what? We didn't go away. The problem got worse, and now it's a festering wound, and it's going to kill and eat away at every single hedge fund that thought we weren't serious. So the DTCC fucked up by waiving the margin calls. They should have just let Melvin Capital go bankrupt and a couple other hedge funds and brokerages go bankrupt, and that would have been it. That would have been it. You would have had a new shitload of millionaires born, Not nearly as many as are going to be born now, but you would have had a shitload of millionaires born on January 28th. I wouldn't even have been a millionaire, probably. You know what I'm saying? Now I think I'm going to be like a multimillionaire. So that's crazy, you know? But yeah, I mean, this is what they did. They fucked up. They fucked around and found out. So again, they're making it a fundamental play. They're making it so you have to prove it with fundamentals. Hey, get your company out of debt. Get a dividend. Get a dividend rolling in.
So that being said, what is the vote? And I'm asking this because I don't know it. What way about going about this vote is the most profitable to AMC? Because I'll fucking keep pouring money into these shares. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, and then again, that's exactly why I told people. I said I'm waiting for him to announce that he's diluting on AMC before I start really buying, because I don't want anybody running the price down. If he brings it over, if he does the reverse split, and if we go off the prices we have now, the prices are $6, cumulative for your shares, and then we reverse split 10-1. We get about $60, or I think about $60 a share, something like that. Yeah, and then if we do that, and then we reverse split, and then he dilutes, I want to be buying the shares that he's selling into the market, because I don't want him to not be able to go to somebody and sell shares. I want him to be like, okay, now I got shares for 35. Oh, you got shares for 35? I'll buy a couple. And then it goes up, the price goes up to 35. And then he goes, oh, I got a couple shares for 40. I'll buy a couple shares for 42. I'll buy a couple shares for 45.
Price doesn't go up to it.
Company out of debt. I don't care.
It's not your company.
Yeah, I want to go with the proposals that he put forward, and I want to give him control of his company back.
Exactly. Exactly, Eric.
He already oh my God.
I don't want to be arguing through.
Dude, if you work
straight years
at
trying to figure it out,
if you wear a fucking polo shirt
and watch this guy
and go to work
after he made his
at a gas station.
Hell yeah.
Once we're out of debt, guys,
God bless you.
In itself might pay
but
every single
shut the fuck up about stocks.
So
I'm sorry.
Out of debt,
I'm sorry.
You don't even have to pay. You don't even have to have movies that you don't want in the theaters. Like, you can literally pay the debt with just the movie theater, like, revenue from the retail stores and the credit card. That, like, we might be able to pay our rent just off that.
Stop fucking coughing.
If that's possible, if we're
right into the microphone.
We don't have to pay the principal. We don't have to pay the.
God damn. Maybe you should drink some water. What do you want to bet? This guy hasn't had a fucking drink of water in 6 years.
No cash burn. There's that excess, like.
Yeah, take the 50% gain. I mean, we have nothing against taking profits. I mean, that's what we're all about. That's the point.
You're probably paying like.
Well, why would you think about buying AMC if you're looking for profit at this point? I don't understand. That doesn't make sense.
Like, it's such an enormous increase on your mortgage that you don't even know what you're paying. Like, you're like, wow, I didn't realize I had to pay all this interest off before I even started paying my principal off. Like, that's what debt is like. You don't even realize how fucking deadly it is. But that's why bankers are so fucking rich. People who are in banking never let you know the fucking secrets. They don't ever want you to get out of debt. Debt is
corporate finance and personal finance are not the same.
Like, rid yourself.
They are not the same.
Watch what happens to the company. Every single spare dollar can go towards expansion. Every single spare dollar can go towards upgrading a theater and sticking fucking recliners in it. Every single freaking spare dollar can go towards new theaters being built. Every spare dollar can go towards hiring.
They don't even own their theaters. They don't build the theaters. What the fuck?
We got this new design for laser.
This guy doesn't know anything about his own company.
We got this new design for ordering at your seat for this app. We got a digital.
Here we go with all the ideas. All the brilliant ideas.
Applications. Hey, we just went into streaming. We went into production. All this other shit, and people are just like, "Oh, we're just a movie theater company." The fuck we are. We are going to be an umbrella corporation, and everything will be under the AMC umbrella. Merchandise, popcorn, credit cards, production studios. You know, we're getting
production studios
in theaters. Don't think for a second you can't launch a fucking a theater that just has a giant projection screen. That's an AMC fucking pop-up bar, and it's got a bar, and you just watch sports on the screen. Hey, I'm sitting.
Wow, that sounds amazing.
Tesla,
yeah, a deal with Tesla. HYMC.
Deal with Tesla.
Crypto coin.
Yeah, oil changes in your Tesla at the theater.
Hey, Soika, I got to step down, but I wanted to say one quick thing. You know, every time I go to the movies with my daughters, I take a picture and I DM it to Adam, and I'm very vocal with him on DMs and a lot of stuff. And here's a I'm not a super tinfoil hat guy, but he doesn't even follow me and stuff. But here's something kind of crazy. I last week or over the weekend with Diane Garrett, when she put that post up for the
Wyckoff mining,
I responded to her and I said, what did I say? I said, Merry Christmas, holding a ton of shares proudly. Will continue accumulating at these ridiculous price levels. Can't wait to buy more next week. There's gold in them, there are hills. And I copied Adam Aron. And then literally later that day, Adam Aron posted that picture of the Christmas thing. And he said, finding this tweet here, he said, someone I've been fond of since being a little kid decades ago is going to have an exciting night. And fortunately, since he lives at the North Pole, he is used to these truly ridiculous, and he capitalized ridiculous temperatures we are facing right now across the U.S. Merry Christmas to all. So I thought I just read that and I was like, wait a minute. I thought I said ridiculous in my tweet and copied him. So I thought that was pretty cool, but I'm going to step down. Thanks for everybody for doing.
You used a word, and Adam Aron used the same word, and oh my God. Wow. That is fucking pathetic. What a pathetic fucking, my God. These people are fucking pathetic.
Most everyone, you know, it was all about the squeeze, right?
Somebody explain to me how these people are not the most pathetic fucking people that you've heard, at least all day today.
The potential and the
come on,
this company, a lot of us
wow.
A lot.
I said ridiculous. He said ridiculous. I said ridiculous. Oh my God.
Banking on movies coming back, right? It's the future.
Holy shit.
It's the possibilities. I wanted to talk about the debt, right? I think the debt is obviously been the noose around our neck throughout this whole time. You know, we got this $5 billion number out there.
Unprofitability is a big problem.
It'd be wonderful to pay off $5 billion in debt, but we don't have to pay off $5 billion in debt. I mean, I think it's a little crazy to think that a company would be debt free. Every company has debt. If you look at, and you guys can fact check,
GameStop doesn't.
AMC's balance sheet from 2018 or 19,
except for that one. Their
long-term debt was
small
like
loan.
$4.7 billion. The reason why that number doesn't stand out as much is because their revenues were much higher than they are now. So with all these things that we're seeing, the improvements in the fundamentals, the improvements in the people coming back to the movies, the future credit card revenue, the future popcorn revenue, you know, that to me, you know, I think everyone's thinking like, oh shit, you know, we don't get this $5 billion.
AMC's not a bank.
You know, we're going nowhere.
They're not issuing a credit
I don't
card.
know what the number is.
Like, what the hell
I
do
don't know
these
what the
people
debt
think?
Equity ratio needs to be to release some of these covenants, but once again, we had a $4.7 billion debt when we were paying a dividend pre-pandemic. So I'm bullish on the fact that I do believe
and it was like a $9 stock.
As we continue to improve our fundamentals. The other thing that I don't think we've been talking about, once you improve those fundamentals, whether you like this or not, we're a prime candidate for acquisition, right? There was talks before. I don't know how relevant those rumors are, whether it was Amazon, I you know, whether this is just pure speculation. Don't be surprised if a major streamer looks to acquire AMC. I'm down for that as well, but it's all about getting these it's all about the fundamentals. I hope most people agree with that.
Let me just put.
That's why I stay strong.
I love what you're saying.
I agree with that.
There's so many people who are like, the fundamentals don't matter, and I'm like, you can't.
This guy Chris loves to hear himself talk.
What are you talking
about? Kind of
about?
annoying.
You like literally if you were losing
and I
money
can't
as a
stand. I
company,
honestly can't stand to
there's
hear
no
him
such
talk.
thing as a short squeeze. Like people are like, oh yeah, you just hold the entire float as retail and then it squeezes. And I'm like, no, because you can't prove your leverage, right? They're like, you would have to get all retail to direct register their shares, which everyone's against, or half of us at least are against. And then you'd have to freaking prove that you can have all the leverage in the situation to force the short squeeze. So everyone who's sitting there going like, no, you just have to have leverage. We've already got the leverage 5 fucking times over, people. We've had thousands of fucking people who have thousands of shares of AMC, and all you've ever needed was 90 shares a person to have more than the free float.
Completely speculative.
Okay? And
you have no idea.
And now you can't prove through
God.
all of this that you have this, right? One exchange has this amount, another exchange has that amount, another brokerage has that amount, and so on and so forth. And you can't prove that all these shares, which are all in circulation all the fucking time, are actually being held. So again,
so
you can say that you all you need is a leverage play. You're going to hold all the shares, right? But you have to prove it now with fundamentals. You're not one institution who owns all the shares. If you were, this would squeeze automatically because you could prove, hey, look at my 13F filing. I own the company. Why the fuck are you still trading 50 million shares a day of the company that I own?
See, here's this fucking retarded ass notion that the float is going to be locked down and there are going to be fewer, there's not going to be any shares trading because they're all being held. No, it doesn't work like that.
That hasn't been a leveraged stock. Tesla squeezed off fundamentals.
What does he mean? He doesn't understand what the term leverage means.
NVIDIA
leverage
fundamentals. So people were like, well, fundamentals don't squeeze companies. Okay, so how did NVIDIA fly up? How did Advanced Micro Devices fly up? How did Tesla fly up?
How did Overstock fly? Oh, wait, never mind.
Tesla announced that they
fucking Overstock. Piece of shit.
On their balance sheet. They went positive on their earnings and it went green. And all of a sudden people were like, buy. Institutions jumped in. They weren't going out in the.
But that's not the only. That's not the only catalyst.
At the table,
it's not the only catalyst that could set off a short squeeze. But you're not going to see a short squeeze.
Every single short got fucking obliterated.
That's not.
There was a fucking eventual cycle of, hey, it's going to rocket up. Shorts are going to come in at price exhaustion. Try and short it back down. People are going to cycle in, start buying and buying and buying.
Short it down. God, I wish they would quit saying that too. Short it down.
And do it
short
again,
it down.
That's what happened with Tesla. All based on fundamentals, expansion, getting their cars out, ramping up production, all of that.
Getting their cars out.
Fundamentals definitely matter when it comes to your price rocketing. I don't know where people got off saying fundamentals don't squeeze shorts. Then how the fuck does the stock rocket up? If it's not shorts covering, it's not just people buying. It's shorts actually getting destroyed and being forced to buy stock from people who are not willing to part with it because they can no longer afford to be in the position. So yes, short squeezes happen. They might not be Moass's 30, 40, 50% of the float, but they might be 5 or 6% of the float that has to, hey man, I shorted 5% of the float of a company and they went up $5 a share. And now I have to close out my short position. Well, that's like 100 million shares. Like, you don't think that's going to rocket the fucking stock up that you have to close all those positions?
No,
again, fundamentals
I don't.
do matter. So thank you for what you said.
100 million shares.
That you are like that.
Yep. Appreciate you having me up. Thanks.
Go ahead, Tom.
You're absolutely right, Tony. It's different when you have debt and you can pay it, and have debt and can't pay it. Two different things altogether. Absolutely, 100%.
We've talked fundamentals. I think there's one last thing that's really, really important. This is where I'm trying to grow myself, and that's macroeconomics and where we're at as a country and how that affects the market. AMC is not, and I said this before, but we might have some new listeners on here, but if you think AMC, the only reason the price is going down is because of short selling, you're just dead wrong. I mean, the entire market has been getting slaughtered. You know,
who is this guy? He's not going to last long in here.
Netflix. I mean, everybody's been getting hammered,
and it's not just short selling. It's the market is trash right now. So I think,
well, there is a lot of short selling across the market,
you
though.
also add to, you know, your skill set.
A lot of it is short selling
as a country and the strength of our economy in determining, you know, what's going to happen, because that affects AMC. In 2021, we had a market melt up due to inflation, and AMC ripped faces off, right? We've had a recession, and AMC has come back down. So to say that it's not a huge factor, I think you're really doing yourself some injustice. My recommendation is to keep an eye on this next CPI report and the next PCE data release for inflation.
We've been doing this. We've been doing that for a year.
Hints at a pause
On this channel, we've been talking about macro.
This next Fed meeting, the market is going to turn around, and if that does happen, it's going to take AMC.
Oh, great, yeah, another pivot retard.
Some potential there for AMC. This could be.
We have to have a recession first.
And if it doesn't, if we go into some sort of huge recession, like I've said before, again, if you're new on the call and you haven't heard me say this, in my opinion, voting to make AMC strong is going to help us if the market goes up or the market goes down. Because if AMC goes bankrupt, we lose. If the market turns around and AMC gets Adam gets firepower with the market, moving back towards.
What is wrong with his audio too, by the way? That's
the Ukraine
horrendous.
War will last forever. Adam has even said that.
Somebody
himself.
tell him.
That can be a catalyst for a melt up. Just keep those things in
mind.
Don't forget to look at the broader picture. It's so easy to just look at AMC. That's
all they look at, though.
Weight on it within the market. So, with that said, I'm gonna go. I appreciate you guys. I love learning. I appreciate you guys having me up here. I guess I'll see you on the next one.
I hope so, Tom. You've been fantastic. Thanks for joining. Great contributions today.
Apes together strong, baby.
Yes, sir.
Apes together strong, baby. Well, these perma bulls, everything is a catalyst for a market melt up. Did they end the call? What the hell? No, they didn't end.
And that's all they wrote. Sorry, I'm like trying to clean up at the same time while you guys are doing this.
No, that's okay. The one thing I was going after him because I said Ape Radio. Like Ape Radio is like 10 different people, not just the one. I told him like there's people shilling in Ape Radio. These people are clever guys. They
Flood Radio
all the time, and they fucking do it too. I'm just saying I don't even let them get.
They come in, they plant the seeds, they get a narrative going. Everybody gets excited. And then everybody runs off in 50 different directions to all these different spaces. It spreads like the fucking torpies. And here we are after a weekend just mopping up the shit.
Exactly.
Like it but
I got 20 people.
And that's why when you were talking, I was like, Chris, because then it gets reported back to Ape Radio that you were talking about the one, but you weren't insinuating the one. You said in Ape Radio, you heard the shills saying X, Y, and Z, but people only take what they want to hear. The same thing happened yesterday in David versus Goliath space. Straight heard part of the call or part of what you, Nachi, and David were talking about, and then came up and was like, Chris and Nachi were ganging up on David. No, you guys were just talking.
Chris and Nachi
that's what happens when you have
displayed
someone and then they maybe come in partway through the conversation. They don't know where the passion or
pathology
or whatever, because when you
on that
passionate, you
space
also sound like
yesterday.
you're
Holy crap!
In many instances, but if it's community to community and we
beyond
know
delusional,
and you guys are going at it, it's like
beyond
I get
delusional.
Like talk about it because you are all passionate about it. But when we're entertaining people with 10 followers who are, I've been here a long time and, this is going to be detrimental and blah, blah, blah. Like, they're just planting seeds. And we know that.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though, is like, I won't deal with the fucking, like, I don't know. You got to think for yourself. and vote. Like, dude, I don't do that shit. Like, I drop all my FUD and then I say, you know what?
I
Well,
do.
no.
I ask them if they've read the 8K.
Well, exactly, Bonnie. And then, but here's the thing: is I'm.
And then Murder says I don't read.
I'm so like I'm so used to these guys doing this after running spaces. They come in and they do this shit where they're like, you know, I don't know if Aron knows, but and I have doubts about this, and what do you guys think of this? And it's always like this doubtful, like fearing, like suggesting that this is something bad over
fear mongering,
and people are.
But 8 months ago, somebody was pointing that out to you, and you were like, "No, it's fine. It's not happening." And you know, so we're all just. But
here's the thing, though. I wasn't saying it wasn't happening. I was simply trying to explain to that person. People are like, "Yo, that guy's a shill," and I'm like, "Let him shill in the space. Let me smack the fuck out of him with the truth." Like, it's easier for me because if you're going to actually answer that person and set them straight, you can do it. But if they're going to come up and you're not going to be like, "Hey, man, this is how it really is. Don't fucking come in here and say that shit," then you're like, then you're entertaining it, is what I'm saying. The fact that
and that's what I think happened this week
is annoying me because I fucking think very highly of the people there, and I know they know when
we love them.
Exactly. So when some.
But I think what happened this weekend, just from my observations popping in and out, we were all busy. They were busy. I mean, gosh, Mrs. One and Mr. One were doing Christmas Day, and all the rest and still doing the space. So what I
that's dedication.
This weekend was a perfect attack because yes,
I'm going to come back to this, but that's I don't care about their internal, administration and whatever else. So let's look at some of these crappy videos. The DTCC knows AMC will squeeze. They know it. Moass can't be stopped. All right, let's go with Scavenger. He's looking confident today.
What is going on, and welcome to the channel. If you guys are new here, please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. And if you guys have been here supporting this throughout our investing journey, more specifically AMC and options trading, I appreciate each and every one of you. You guys know who you are out there, and you definitely help this channel do what I intended it to do, which is to reach out to new people who
Jesus.
Potentially have never seen my videos and need that boost of encouragement, especially with the times we're in now with a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
FUD Radio,
real people who are genuinely optimistic like myself. So that being said, I wanted to get into the nitty-gritty of this video and talk about is the AMC
that's good, but
still on
you have to be realistic.
Guys, obviously we know this week, last week have been...
Wait, what do we know about obvious? What do we know about obvious?
Probably two of the most emotional weeks in this entire play. Why is that? Well, I think a lot of it has to do with, people are just getting impatient, right? You have a lot of people, like we've talked about at the beginning, that are over leveraged in AMC. What do I mean when I say that? What I mean is you had a lot of people buying shares of a company that they didn't have the money, to just keep throwing at it, right? They initially intended to get in, squeeze, get out. Well, you have people who obviously maybe didn't have the proper risk management and threw too much into a certain play, and now their life is paying the cost on that, right? Meaning they can't pay their bills, whatever it may be, right? Obviously, when you invest in anything, it should always be money you're willing to lose. Not assuming, right, you're going to lose it, otherwise you wouldn't be investing in a company, but or any stock in that manner. But I think that's kind of what's happening right now in AMC. It's a very emotional ride when you see your portfolio in the red. It's one thing to see it in the red for a couple days or a couple weeks, and then you're back in the green.
Yeah,
inevitably, right now, guys, we're in a bear market, and the market's not going to get better. So, it's not just AMC where people are seeing their portfolios red. You have people that are taking advantage of the buying opportunity throughout our markets, because you'll never be able to time the top or time the bottom. But AMC is a different animal because
I
people
don't know
have
if there
been
are leaders.
red for a long time now.
Honestly, Tony, I don't know.
And, you know, a lot of people go on YouTube and watch YouTubers for information, right? They want that boost of encouragement.
That's a mistake.
They want, you know, to know that maybe it's not even for information. Maybe it's just knowing that, you know, somebody else is there with you in this play. And
well, you have 5 to 10 million.
I'm getting a lot of hate. We have this whole vote debacle taking place right now. People spreading it, you know, information. I could post a video about, you know, an episode of SpongeBob, and I'd have bots coming in my chat telling me to vote yes or no, right? Like, it's not even like whatever you want to believe on that. Like, there's no vote yet.
Romanian.
Right? We don't even have a proxy statement telling us when the vote could be. The vote
hopefully
could be
it's
2
helpful.
years from now. Like, we don't know, but
useful.
There's people coming in the comments. Oh, vote yes. Oh, vote no. Oh, do this. Oh, do that. And like I said, it doesn't even have to be a video.
I'm pretty
on
sure
that topic,
at
and
least
that's what's taking
it's
place
accurate
right now. So when I talk about my videos, bots
may not like it.
Everything coming into my videos,
may not
like there's
be
bots
helpful
coming into my videos, guys.
But at least it's
I
true.
I wouldn't go watch a video on Fortnite and tell that Fortnite YouTuber to vote yes or no on AMC. You get what I'm trying to say here? So that's what I'm talking about.
What you're trying to say is it doesn't matter which way you vote.
We need to take a step.
You don't have the votes to change it
because there's a lot of emotionally invested people, and obviously we know in the investing world, being an emotional investor is going to get you burned. Okay, that's just the reality. It's if you day trade, whatever.
Sounds like he's been reading books about the stock
market.
You're
not going to win. Period. There's no argument against that. If you're emotional, you're not going to win. And throughout this journey, we've seen, you know, a lot of people hold strong at first.
I mean, it's not a win or lose. It's not like win or lose. That's another misconception that they have.
And obviously, their emotions came out, right? And it's
not so binary.
Because this isn't their fault. This is something that comes naturally with somebody who, you know, is an emotional investor. I mean, that's as simple as it gets. Guys, from right now to months ago, there has been no significant change to this Moass, right? We know the Moass is going to happen at the end of the day.
How do you know
super optimistic that the Moass is going to happen, but I've said it from the start that nobody can put a date on that. We've known that this community has been infiltrated with bots for a long time.
Guilty as charged.
That bots exist. You need to do your research because they're on Twitter, they're on YouTube. Like, remember, as a YouTuber, I can go in and literally see when these accounts were created, and I have accounts that were created, you know, December 2022, just created, that are coming in. Vote yes, vote no, and as a community, we're telling people to vote yes, vote no.
I wish the videos from my old channel were available.
Proxy statement that's not even
that would have been
real thing. It's something the CEO tossed up, and like it's
probably
like
you know
future,
better.
But right now, like we can't get diluted in a decision that's not even a real life thing yet, if that makes sense. Like eventually we'll have to jump that hurdle. If the squeeze hasn't happened yet, we'll have to jump that hurdle when that time comes. But right now, that time hasn't come yet.
Right now, so there's a new catalyst, baby.
Focusing on 3-4 months down the road, and start focusing on right now on what's happening. We have cost to borrow shot over 100% on AMC to borrow stock. Weird how FTX collapsed and now cost to borrow is back up. It's almost like they don't have an exchange to borrow.
FTX collapsed almost 2 months ago.
Discounted rate, right? APE jumped up to 10% borrow. We've seen APE on the run up for the past 3-4 days. It's down 1% in the after hours, but we all know everybody is looking at APE as an arbitrage opportunity because the CEO of AMC came out and stated publicly on Twitter that, and on videos of retail investors meeting their I know a lot of CEOs meet with their investors, guys, and do what Aron does. Just kidding, put that aside. But APE has been, the market played games with APE. They shorted APE heavily. They created synthetic APE, right? And
synthetic APE.
Now that, you know, the elephant's in the room, right? The elephant got pointed out in the room. APE is coming back up to fair market value, right? And it's on its way there. They're trying to locate all these APEs that they've created. And aside from that, you have heavy buying pressure into APE because if APE has a potential down the road to convert back into AMC, you're going to be in a situation where the value of your APE is going to go up. Like it's common sense. So title of this video is a AMC Moass probable. Yes, it is. Nothing has changed other than FUD being spread throughout the community. Nothing's changed. The only variable here that's changed is an infiltration of bots. Somebody's paying for a mass bot campaign right now, and fake news media spreading bogus information.
Model 3 dude's asking, can someone tell me when investing became a community or that investing in one stock made you part of a family? I asked for this. I asked for the same thing. I'll echo that question. It's not a team sport. Investing is not a team sport, and I don't really. I mean, I have never been that type of investor or person really that cares or wants to even know. I don't even care. I don't even want to know. Nor do I care what the next person is buying, was investing in, trading, whatever. Unless, I'm thinking about, hey, I know that you've been trading, XYZ, but that's, I'm seeking the information. It's not like I'm going online like, oh, I'm looking for something to trade. What should I trade? Oh, everybody else is doing this, so maybe I should do it. That never occurred to me. Never. The only thing I can come up with is, so you're Model 3 dude asking when. I think it was a function of the lockdowns, pandemic. I don't know. That's all I got. I mean, there've always been these stock boards. I mean, like the Reddit, the subreddits like Wall Street Bets and all that. That's been around for years too. Even before that, back in the dot-com bubble in 2000, 1999, 2000 era, there were websites, forums, for investing and whatnot, where this kind of stuff happened, but what didn't have the traction. And at the end of the day, what is Reddit? It's a message board. It's a forum. So but this idea that one person can't do it, we have to band together. I don't know. You might have to ask Keith Gill. That'd be a question for Keith Gill. Because as far as I know, like all these guys now at this point, ultimately, aren't they, don't they, didn't they kind of fall under Keith Gill initially? Or the people that influenced the people that are in it now? Or the people that couldn't afford to buy GameStop, so they bought the cheap alternative. They bought the Equate version, or the great value brand, if you will. AMC is the great value GameStop, or it was. It's always a poor man's GameStop. Let's see. Main thing I'd be curious to hear from your old videos or any videos you might currently have is your argument against the shorts haven't covered. All right, we can talk about that.
And also emotions throughout the community. That's the only variable here. And when you have YouTubers coming out publicly making videos about how emotional they are, like, it's sad. It sucks because it doesn't mean those people are bad people, but it goes to show you, like, holy crap, these people are over leveraged in a stock that they have no business being in. And it doesn't mean they're bad people, but they're somebody who can't separate their emotions from.
It means they're bad people if they
investing, and maybe that's because this is their first stock they ever invested into. Maybe
negligently or fraudulently,
if I knew what it is,
influencing other people to do similar
and fix everything. But
in my opinion,
keep making the videos even if I get hate, because guys, nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed
than we ever have.
Now, I distinctly remember making a video last year I don't remember when. I want to say it was August, September, October, somewhere around there. Addressing that notion, nothing has changed. It's probably before that, actually. It's probably August. It's probably July or August. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. I mean, I used to harp on that a lot last year because they used to say that a lot. They don't say it as much now, but he just did, and it reminded me. Nothing has changed. Okay. Okay.
Have been like,
I mean, actually, a lot of things have changed. Almost everything has changed, bro. Almost everything has changed. Wow.
That's as simple as it is. And we don't need to be arguing about, are you going to vote yes? Are you going to vote no? Like, none of that is even on paper yet on when that's going to occur. It's something that got tossed up by AMC's management team. That's really something I don't think we need to put that much effort into right now.
Well,
because remember, we take this day by day.
That's true because you can't. You're not going to be able to influence
everything
it.
That's actually happening in front of us right now and focus on something that's in the future. That's going to dilute everybody's opinion on every single thing that's happening right now in this play. Look at what's happening with the markets. What have we said from the start? The markets are going to be crashing when AMC is ripping. Why? Because over-leveraged companies that have long positions in the market are going to get margin called and liquidated. What do we see happening right now in the market? Liquidations. They're happening right now. Yes, can they kick the can down the road and, keep performing little pumps and dump, or, little pumps, and then the sell-off occurs again, 52-week lows, then a pump, then a 52-week low. Like, it's happening slowly, but it's happening, okay? And eventually that bottom's not going to be there to spring that price back up. So it's going to be an emotional roller coaster, but
yeah, it is.
Nothing has changed.
What are you talking about?
It's still on the table. The numbers, regardless if we have 500 million shares or 10,000 shares, the magnitude and numbers of this play still remain the same. Like, if anything, the longer that this gets kicked down the road, the bigger that this is going to be, because the more money they're going to print, the more bailouts that they're going to do, the more over leverage companies are going to get, and the better it's going to be for this AMC squeeze. Like, this is a good thing that this is getting kicked down the road. This makes it that much bigger. Is it annoying?
That is some real, I don't even know, equivocation or just nonsense. Wow. It's actually good that it's taking so long because it's going to make it that much better. Wow. That is some, oh my God. I mean, I'm starting to think that he believes this. I'm starting to think that he actually believes his own bullshit. Wow. Holy crap. That's a bad position to be in. When you start believing your own bullshit, oh my God, look out.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying. Like, it's so annoying. But at the end of the day, we're optimistic. I'm optimistic because at the end of the day, this squeezes. Do you think that the numbers we have in mind would be?
How do you know? You don't know that. There are no fucking guarantees. Nothing is guaranteed. You can't count on that. In fact, you should count on you should count on the fact that it's not. Whatever you think is going to happen, you should assume that the opposite will happen. And maybe not be so heavily skewed to one side or to one stock or one side of one stock. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Be easy just to hit and you're done? No, absolutely not. You guys know my price brackets. Holy crap, they're high. I could wait another freaking 10 years and ride this squeeze out. And with the numbers that I have in mind, that's more money than I'm ever going to make in my entire life. But
you're not going to make
you guys need to pick who you watch.
That's not how it works. That's not how life works.
Not influence you to make decisions, but to make you feel good, like to make you understand that you're not alone in something. Like, this is something so.
You're not alone in bag holding. Okay. So Manuel says best evidence that shorts cover and cycle their positions is that short interest stays around 20%. Old shorts cover, while new shorts sell shares every time the stock price goes up. Every stock gets shorted. I mean, that's, it's spot on. So And we'll look at the chart here in a minute, but short interest stays around 20%. And we'll look at the chart in a minute.
So much greater than anything that's ever happened before. And this is going to be huge. And the amount of money that side knows that they're going to lose, they're going to pay for campaigns to spread FUD in this community. They've done it before, and right now we're getting the fucking kitchen sink.
Like, no, that's not, no. Like, the assumption is that the other side, the hedge funds, whatever, short sellers, they are in trouble. Okay, that's retarded anyway, because the fucking stock is down 80% this year. So what the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, we're not talking about Apple or Microsoft, Jesus, okay? And nobody bought it and expected to get fucking generationally rich immediately. So I don't know if I don't know really what your point is or what your deal is. But I'm gonna probably just start ignoring what you say. So just FYI, if I don't respond to it, because I don't understand, and lose the all caps too, bro. Lose the caps.
Sorry for my swearing, but that's just the facts. Moass is happening, you guys.
No, it's not. What are you talking about?
It's pretty simple, and if you don't like Aron, that's great. Moass is still happening. If you love Aron, that's great. Moass is still happening.
That is a fucking fixed mindset right there. He is unable
and I'm excited about
and
this,
unwilling
I
to
don't
change
see an influencer
his opinion.
Who can't control his emotions destroy it for potentially you.
What about the influencers who? What about the influencers who've destroyed people's financial lives by promising them things that have not happened, that are unlikely to happen, that have no credible basis or evidence or reasons that they will happen? I mean, but you don't want the influencers who are emotional to mess people up. I mean, what the fuck?
Video, and I can guarantee if you made it this far in the video,
yeah, they bought into a fantasy.
Saying, vote yes,
that's a good
no.
way to put it.
Fuck up. I mean, seriously, like,
wait, what?
Get out of your. I can guarantee if you made it this far in the video, we're gonna have down in the comments people saying vote yes or vote no. Shut the fuck up. I mean, seriously, like, get out of your head. You have to get out of your head and back off. Like, get out of your head, please. This is the big boy bucks that are coming our way, and if you want to make the big boy bucks, you gotta separate yourself from the nonsense and bullshit on a daily basis. Sorry, it's
I could say something. I mean I have thoughts about this guy. Not those kind. Oh God. But I don't want to say what I'm thinking. I don't want to say what I'm thinking. Maybe Manuel probably knows what I'm thinking, but I don't want to say it. I don't want to put that out there. But yeah, Tony, I'm thinking about what Tony's saying here. He's got everything figured out. No, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. It's bad. It's bad. What he went through recently. It has to do with that. Anyway, but he's going to get destroyed. Like, that's what I'm getting at here. He's got everything figured out, Tony says. Yeah, he's got everything figured out. But it's so delusional. It's so far from reality. And if he's really being honest with us here, and like this is how he thinks, how he is looking at it, and he truly believes that, And he has this happy-go-lucky, like, I'm confident, I'm optimistic kind of attitude, which is really naive. It's a naive attitude at the end of the day. It's a green, not a profitable green, but like a new, he's a newbie, doesn't know what he's doing. He's trying to convince himself. He's trying to, you know, he's trying to, uh, I don't know. I don't know what he's trying to do, but either way, what he's doing has an effect on people. He says he's confident and he's optimistic and whatever else, and that's good to be optimistic, to be confident, but you also have to be realistic. And so if he really does believe this stuff and he's built this whole, plan for what's going to happen and it's based on assumptions. So he's taking the assumption that there's synthetic shares. He's taking the assumption that there's naked shorts. He's using these assumptions as if they were facts. And he's building a whole scenario around that. When it becomes clear that the assumptions were wrong, and therefore the whole house of cards that was built on those assumptions is comes tumbling down, it's going to be absolutely catastrophic, not only for him. I mean, I don't, I don't think that I've ever. I'm trying to think back. I'm trying to think, but I don't think that I have ever been in that situation where I believed something that should not have been believed, and then went on to make other assumptions based on that, and that whole thing turned out to be false. Well, maybe when I was married, maybe with my ex-wife, but that's a whole other thing, and that's not even true because but whatever. Um, so it's like you know, I don't know. It's like finding out that your favorite whatever singer or whatever or celebrity or whatever is really an ignorant asshole or something, and you idolized this person, and you wanted to be like them, and then you found out that Elizabeth Holmes was a fraud or something, believing in Santa, but a 40-year-old. I mean, yeah, like I have never, I don't know, I don't think I would. s- I'm historically an optimistic person. Try to be positive, hopeful, whatever. But certainly a very large component of being realistic. And I would rather be skeptical than totally 100% rigid in my thinking. And I think that's a scientific approach. It's a scientific approach to consider different viewpoints and to really take a differential approach. Like, okay, I mean, but you can't even really do that with AMC. This is the thing. You can't even take it. You can't even do it that way because they're starting with a foregone conclusion. It will squeeze. What do you do with that? All you can do is try to find all these reasons why it will, and that's what they're doing. That's what they've done for 2 years now. They believed it would, so now they have to have they have to come up with the reasons why. When this reason doesn't work, they throw it out and they put in a new reason. So, you know, anyway, let's see here. Forgive me if this is a dumb question, but does this group believe that a squeeze with AMC is impossible, or is there anything at all that could trigger a squeeze with AMC at this point, in your opinion? Um, Well, we'll see what the chat says, but Manny says believing in the Moass is like believing the ads about the knives that cut through anything and do not need to be sharpened. Yeah, or, yeah, right. So I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I mean, I think we're all mostly on the same page here. So they can just deal with it, I guess. But I mean, I th- so we're of the opinion here that this was the squeeze. This has all of the sort of earmarks of being the move right here. So this is how these things usually work. There is and by the way, this is the GameStop. So this was a sympathetic reaction here. But this is the move, June 2nd, 2021. So this is the move. Oops. Oh, I know why. Because I have a fucking magnet on. Fucking magnet. Okay. Now, it's kind of like earthquakes in a way. Model 3 dude. Thinking of you here. I don't know why. Ugh. California. Where you have a main event. You have the quake, and then you have aftershocks. And actually, before the thing, right? Don't you have tremors? So that could potentially be, some of this stuff here. But anyway, so you have the main impulsive, um, violent action right here, and then you have these smaller events here. So and this actually addresses your short covering question too, because this is short covering. There's short covering in all these run ups here, and you can go back through the ortex data and you can correlate it. You can see that on these, in these areas here, there's increased shares returned. Shares returned. Shares returned. Shares are returned after they are bought to close a short position. So if you want to see if you want to find short covering, you can look for return shares, and that's the proxy thing that Ortex uses to determine that. It's not perfect, but it's a good indication. Another reason we know this is if we look at the overall market. So like the S&P 500, the SPY, year to date, okay, and we're in a bear market, a lot of selling, a lot of short selling, bear market rallies. What are bear market rallies? They consist largely, big component, short covering, because you have short selling. Price gets pushed down to a low point. Short selling is kind of like people talk about the spring analogy. I mean, I don't really totally care for that analogy, but it's not terrible, because in order to close a short position, it actually requires buying. So that exerts upward momentum. So yes, it's the price is declining, but then you get these moments where, you know, the spring is released, so to speak, and shorts cover. It pushes the stock price back up, and then once it reaches a new high point, uh, or you know, in short seller terms, a point of where the valuation would be considered overvalued or overpriced, then that's where a new short position would be entered. So why am I talking about this? Well, if we put AMC on a comparison here, it's going to be on a yellow line. We can see that and we're looking at year to date here. Basically, it follows the same contour as the overall market. So when you see these areas here, and here, I mean, these are the big ones, and there, but of course there's all these smaller ones in here too. Here. They all correlate. They all correlate perfectly with what was happening in the overall market, which was these bear market rally, short covering rallies, etc. So that's another way that you know, you can get a clue on that. Let's see here. I mean, I think you've seen a 75% retracement already of it. I mean, at this point. Oh, right. And Model 3 dude mentioned something called overhead supply. Overhead supply. This is something that I've heard anybody else talk about besides the first person that I heard talk about it, who is not an AMC YouTuber. But he did mention AMC with it, in terms of this concept. So basically what you have, here, we don't even need that. We don't even need it. Basically what you have here is, you know, if this is the impulsive move here, that this is the event, and you had people buying all the way up. I mean, obviously, right? Price shot up, went up over this couple week period, whatever. But you had a lot of buyers. You had a lot of retail buyers. It was maniacal. It was a frenzy. It was irrational. It was exciting. So you had all this buying all the way up to the top. I mean, and we could go in. I'm not going to. We could go in and look uh, at like a 4-hour chart or 1-hour chart and look and see that at the highest price levels there was a lot of buying compared to selling, and of course there was some selling, but in terms of buy versus selling, you had a lot of buying all the way up. That's the point. Okay. So what happened then? Price went down from that point because this is unsustainable. AMC does not. I mean, of course, this was $72 before. Now it's 40 whatever, 44, but this was 72 here. So the efficient market says, you know, whoa, what? No. All right. So, and the market gets to work repricing it. Um, so the price comes down. Basically, long story short, it doesn't belong there. So also, the smart ones took profits here at this point. They took profits at this point. And maybe they got back in and or shorted it and, you know, made money other ways on it. So now enter the apes. The apes largely, you know, a lot of the apes bought in throughout here. They also bought in here, and, you know, all these areas. People were still getting in because people like Trey, you know, in July of 2021, he sat there and said, you know, I promise you, I really truly believe that the squeeze is going to happen before the end of July. I mean, he'd already sold. He'd already sold his calls at that point. He already cashed in. He was lying. He was drifting. But nonetheless, he said it. People listened to him and others. So they kept buying. So as a result, you have a bunch of people that are basically stuck here. That's really what this is, overhead supply. You have people who bought in at price levels that were too high. And the price went down as it always does in situations like this when you get to this stratospheric price that's not it's not efficient, it's not warranted under the fundamentals. It's just it's just an irrational pop or an impulsive move. They happen, but it doesn't mean that it's going to stay there or that it belongs there or that it should be there. And whatever the market decides collectively is what should be. That's a hard thing to wrap your head around. It is for me that the market is, it's kind of right. It's kind of usually always right because it is the collective, it's the collective intelligence that brings it to that price. So what do you have then? You have a bunch of people who are stuck in positions. Oops. In this somewhere in this range here. I mean it probably, just include all of this here. It's not scientific. I'm just making it, generalized. So as a result, and we see this accelerating now, but last year it happened too. Every time there was a price run up, it's followed equally, by a pretty much opposite move. So like every time you get these pump and dump style, things, run up, sell off. What happens also? Every time it's lower. Every time. Literally, every time these major run ups and sell offs happen, it's at a lower level. Here, 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 here. It's a lower level at coming down each time. Enter the bear market of 2022, and of course, so what's happening? People want to save. The mania from back here is no longer. Now, when people see a run up, they're thinking about selling their shares. They're thinking about cutting their losses. They're thinking about getting back whatever they can if they can. So any any run up in price is met by selling because retail investors are done with this. The smart ones are. They are trying to preserve their capital. They know that they probably held too long and they want to just get out and be done with it. So every time it does go up, it's sold off. And that's and what is it and what is it you know, what is it being sold off? It's the overhead supply. It's all those bag holders that are still holding shares at 20, 30, 40 dollar cost basis averages, and they're trying to get back anything they can because now it's under $5. And that's overhead supply. Sorry, it was a long explanation, but that's it basically. Now, also, as far as a short squeeze happening, another short squeeze happening, I mean, Manny's hitting all the points here. You need all the ingredients from 2021. So this is critical. The reason that this happened is because of basically because of the macroeconomic situation, because there was stimulus, there was unemployment, and then you can add the social stuff like we were under lockdown, COVID, you know, all that stuff. But which I mean did cause the economic windfall that most people saw. But from a market standpoint, liquidity and capital, you have all this money, all this extra money. I mean, we look at that too. Oh, crap. So, we can look at the money supply. So this is how much money is circulating around out there. It's the Federal Reserve website. And we can see that before the pandemic, there was $15 trillion. $15 trillion. Here's February 2020. So this is when COVID started. So in February, there was 15 trillion. By, I don't know, let's say by the next February, by February 2021, there's 20 trillion. So added $5 trillion, and it continued to go up to a peak of 22 trillion in April of this year. So it's not really a coincidence that you have this curve in the money supply, and you also have this. When we're looking at roughly the same period. Well, we look at exactly the same period. How about that? Back into 2019. Yeah. So there's the same period roughly. I mean, it's pretty striking, huh? So here's the COVID crash, and here's the recovery. So here's the COVID crash. We didn't see money come out of the system there. We saw all this money pumped in. So when you start seeing the money pumped in, that's when you see the stock market going up. And of course, AMC didn't happen until over here. But, it's all cut from the same cloth. Now you're starting to see the money supply roll over. You're starting to see money being taken out of the system. What are we starting to see in the stock market? Roll over, decline, sell off. That money's coming out of the system. So that cannot be overstated. The role of money, the money supply, how much money, inflation, essentially. What else did he say? Shorts asleep at the wheel, spontaneous viral movement, smaller float, trillions in liquidity. So there you go. And then this is another good point. So, yes. Well, let me back up and say it's really kind of unfair. And I'm not like saying like a boo-hoo, like pouty, whatever. But I'm just saying here that shorting companies that were not operating, not generating revenue is brilliant. I mean, that's a good short thesis. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what it's for. These companies are not operating, they're not generating revenue, they're not making sales, they don't have customers coming in the door, they're not going to make any money, they're going to lose money, the stock price is going to go down, short selling is appropriate. It is absolutely appropriate. Now, enter the apes, and, Keith Gill didn't say this shit. He didn't say, "Oh, we got to save the company. Oh, this is terrible what they're doing to our movie theaters, and movies aren't dead or games aren't dead or whatever." He didn't say that shit. He was in it for the money. He was in it to make a profit, and he did. But it, the more people there are, the less likely it is to happen. or the more people that are crowded on one side of a trade, the more suspect it is. And that's what happened here. More and more people started getting into it. Random people, like people that I didn't, not even people that I thought had no idea about anything in the stock market, are now suddenly talking about telling you, "Oh, are you in AMC? Oh, you know," and it becomes this like mania. Meanwhile, the short thesis is strong. It's valid. But now you have all this irrational. I mean, really, you have a bunch of people piling in long on a bunch of stocks that are beaten down for good reason, because they literally have not been doing shit for like a year, and a lot of the shorts they get screwed. That's a risk, of course, and I'm not saying I feel sorry for them, but it's like, yeah, it's kind of bullshit. It's kind of bullshit because the what were the fundamentals? What was fundamentally the more accurate, the more appropriate thing to be happening? Well, it wasn't for the company to be valued at $72 a share. I can tell you that. That was not that was not the efficient outcome. But they got caught. Not saying that they were doing anything wrong. I'm just saying they got caught in a dynamic where and some people lost money. Now, do you think that that will happen again? Just, just from a common sense standpoint. Do people think that A, well, first of all, A or whatever, pre-A, uh, we're not in the same situation anymore. We're not in the middle of the pandemic. These companies are operating now. Poorly, but they're operating. Their doors are open. They have customers coming in. They're taking money. They're generating revenue. So at least that part of it is not as strong. Now, like I said, they're doing poorly, but they are actually operating. Add in the bit about the money. Retail investors don't have free money anymore. So that kills the ability for retail to even do what they did. Also, in terms of short sellers, uh, even if there's short interest in every stock, of course, but um, wouldn't you be a little bit more vigilant? Wouldn't you have an ear to the ground and try to figure out what's going on and stay in tune with it and not just get, complacent and greedy and just assume that nobody is on the other side of these trades, that is going to do anything. Uh, so yeah, those are all, good points there. Um, shorts are not asleep at the wheel though, now. That's the thing. Good question is what to do. Your most aggressive stop losses don't go lower than 30%. Pumpers were better during 2020. King, Roaring Kitty was around. Trey, Matt, Lou, and Keenan pumped enthusiastically. All we have now is the Bigums and Boss Blunts. Yeah, I mean, yeah, these guys suck. I mean, they're total fucking retards, and they're not even good pumpers. To your point, they aren't. They're not good pumpers. I mean, don't forget about Roach Capital. You had Roach Capital. You had Matt Coles. You had Andrew No Money. You had Shart the Vix. You had Review Pork. I mean, you had all those clowns, and it was. I mean, yeah, they tried to get into like the details and nitty gritty, but at the end of the day, it was just like, oh, buy and hold. Oh, we're gonna be so fucking rich. Well, no, that was Boss Blunt's. But it was all, just like now it's just like they're angry, they're spiteful, like now they're going to change. They're doing it to change the market and make it more fair. That wasn't why. That wasn't what it was. I mean, you're not going to change. First of all, you're not going to change the fucking market. That is the dumbest thing you ever believe. Like, it's not. No, you're talking about the most powerful institutions that control, literally money, the economy, capital. It's not your job to change it anyway. You're in the market to make a profit. That's it. And if you don't like the way that it's run, get the fuck out. Quit bitching about it. Put up or shut up. Learn how to, if you can't handle the heat, get out of the kitchen, as Keenan Grace would say. I mean, this is not the venue for that. It's not appropriate. It's not valid. So you can either do it the way you can play there. You're not on a home court. You're playing an away game on a sport that a lot of people have never played. They don't even know how to play it. They don't even know what the ball looks like. Literally, they don't know. But it's fascinating. It is fascinating. Time works against the Moass. I don't think most apes need to sell for price to go down. It just takes apes to lose interest or stop buying. And that's true. I agree with that. That's true. I mean, at the end of the day, short selling that's not met with aggressive buying. By that, I mean aggressive retail buying, market orders, allowing the price to be pushed up, as opposed to passive limit orders that are not exerting much in the way of pressure. It's not concentrating the buying into the top of the order book, clearing out those lines and pushing the price up. If it's not met with that aggressive buying, then yes, it will have a downward thing. And we've kind of always had enough like default buying through last year to kind of hold it, you know, at a reasonable level. But now, yeah, this year, you don't have that. People got to pay their bills and buy food and gas, which fortunately is cheaper, but now than it was. But um, yeah, remember when fundamentals didn't matter? Now apes are buying AMC gift cards, going to the movies, and spending on concessions, trying to salvage their investment. Right, and that's what the guy was saying, and that Chris guy was saying in that space when I was driving home from work earlier. It was like he was like, if you're an AMC investor and you don't go to the movies, fuck you, basically. If you're invested in AMC, then you might as well go support the company because that's why you're invested in it. I mean, and that's not wrong, but that's also not really why you bought a stock. You bought the stock because hopefully, ideally, because there's something that caused you to believe that the price was going to go up or down, and so you made a trade trying to capitalize on that movement up or down. At the end of the day, that's what it is. Going to the movies, popcorn, all that shit. I don't have time for that. I don't care. I do not care. I'm not in it to help companies. I'm not trying to save companies. I don't care about companies. Fuck the companies. I'm just trying to make money, basically. And Model 3 dude, coming in with the extra point here, that will not save AMC anyway. That will not save AMC anyway. It won't even help. So, like, it's just reversion to the mean is very, very powerful in the stock market. So, reversion to the mean. And we see that. You see that all the time. You see it intraday. You see it over a longer period of time. And you can use different ways to, you can use VWAP. You can use Bollinger Bands. You can use like a 9 EMA, something like that. But the idea is, typically, a lot of the times things get pushed, you know, beyond where, sort of beyond the mean, beyond, um, the ultimately what's going to be the uh, range that it will, have traded in. That's terrible, poorly explained, right? So, like last Thursday, you had this massive sell off, and then at some point it reverted back to, like a mean, a middle, an average. So that's what he's talking about there. Um, Debt is a killer for any business, and long-term debt is a death sentence. AMC holds both. I mean, I don't think debt itself is necessarily a killer. I mean, if you're going to start a business, if I'm going to start a restaurant, there's no way I can afford to go buy kitchen equipment, commercial kitchen equipment. It costs me $250,000 at least. So I'm going to have to borrow that. And in that sense, it enables you to do things. But if I if the idea for my restaurant is so specific, so niche, so um, ununiversal in its appeal that I'm basically setting myself up for failure. I'm not going to be able to sell enough Ethiopian food, for example. I just know that because I've been to Ethiopian food and I like it. But uh, you know, is it sustainable, especially when we have two Ethiopian restaurants in town already? Probably not. So I'm setting myself up not to be able to pay that debt back. That seems to be a problem. However, if I'm in, I don't even know, I'm just gonna pick. If if I'm in, you know, I don't know, if I'm somewhere and I start a restaurant that cooks something that is really popular and there's a huge market for it, everybody eats it, and there's always plenty of people, new people coming through town or whatever, and I'm able to pay it back, then it allowed me, then it was essential. It was crucial to the success of my business because I wouldn't have been able to afford the equipment otherwise. That seems to be more of AMC's problem to me. Like, yes, great. It's good that you want to upgrade your projectors. Don't get me wrong. Laser projectors sounds awesome, I guess. Is that what's stopping people from going to the movies? What is the cost benefit of that right now? Is it something that could be done at a later time when we have more cash on hand or ability to pay back loans for equipment, capital expense, and maybe the technology will be cheaper in the future, like Moore's law kind of, maybe it'll make more sense. Say, hey, you know what? We're in the middle of a pandemic. We're not going to worry about that right now. We need to keep the lights on in the office before we put a different projector up there. I don't know. I don't know. Just talking here, but like those kind of things. Or is it really the best idea to buy a stake in an inactive gold miner right now? Is this really the best thing to do? Oh yeah, because my buddy Jason is involved, right? Adam Aron's a charlatan, basically. What's everyone here's thoughts on Adam Aron and how he's handling the company? Well, I just told you. I think he's a charlatan. I find him to be incredibly lame. I don't like him at all. I also, it doesn't matter to me. I don't care. But I think he is a complete buffoon. Now, in terms of handling the company, I mean, you got to love somebody who, made $20 million in compensation in 2020. I mean, that's something the apes, either they weren't paying attention at that point yet, or they don't realize it, or they don't care, or they just were blinded by the possibility of themselves getting that much money, being rich, right? That they seem to just skip over the fact that Adam Aron basically gave himself a $5 million bonus in 2020, that brought his total compensation to $20 million. I don't know. I don't know why. Doesn't seem to make sense. And from just from a point of view of optics, that doesn't look good. Adam Aron is doing what's best for him first, company second, investors last. He's not an ethical person. Adam Aron continues to give false hopes. There's that whole false hope thing. Now, I had to preface this by saying, people should be able to tell that somebody is patronizing them, right? Like how, I don't know. Adam Aron says things like checkmate, you're going to eat crow, all this kind of stuff. He knew that he had a very overzealous, inexperienced, largely, young, inexperienced, and basically ignorant shareholders. He knew that. He knows that. He absolutely knows that. And he's taking advantage of that by, consulting with his lawyer and crafting the perfect language that that basically implies that all that stuff that he talked about would cause a short squeeze. But he never said that. He never said that it would. But he's mentioned shorts. He's mentioned all these things. And the apes interpreted it as meaning, oh, Adam Aron said, checkmate. That means, or he's going to pounce. That means he's going to do something and it's going to cause the squeeze. And they vocalized that. They talked about it after, that got wrapped into the narrative. So he's aware of it. He's aware of that. They're interpreting everything he says to be about the stupid short squeeze that there's no basis for. Meanwhile, he's talking about, uh, debt, say in the company and operations of the company and, whatever. He's not talking about, a smallish group of subset of shareholders that think that they should be able to get, life-changing money from holding 10 shares of stock like that. And it's true, he never said it, but he knows how what he says is being interpreted, and he still, you know, basically misleads. AMC's ability to repay debt relies on movies and expendable cash to buy food and drinks. And yes, I know that food sales are up 40%, but the average per guest is only $6.79. which is not even one small popcorn. Yeah, that was surprising to me when I found out about that 679. Like, what does that even indicate? I don't even know what you can buy. I mean, it's an average, but food sales up 40%. I mean, but you know, like the cost basis on the food is higher. You know, people have less disposable income to, uh, you know, spend on that stuff. Checkmate, pounce, and eat crow comments are unconventional, almost as bad as the funding secured guy. So he's talking about Reverend Elon Musk taking Tesla private at funding secured at 420 or whatever. I mean, I think that well, and let me throw this in there too. What about all that shit? You know, retail investors. If you exclude the index funds, would seem to own 90% of the float, 90% of the legally issued float. I almost got that word for word. Now, what's that? What is that about? Well, excluding funds. If you exclude funds, which you know is not it's not an insignificant amount of shares. If you exclude the funds, yeah, apes own most of the shares, but you can't exclude the funds. Why would you exclude the funds unless you're trying to make this group, you know, you're trying to patronize this group? And that started a whole fucking thing. Just, you know, months and months of misinformation based on people going around saying, "Well, we own over 90% of the float." Period. Like not excluding anything. Like we own 90% of the float. Adam Aron said so. No, it's not what he said. And I don't even know if that's true. Exclude the index funds and retail investors own 90%. I don't think so. But I could be wrong. Now it could be different now, but back then it wasn't. So he knew how people were going to interpret that. It's ridiculous. What's the other option for Adam Aron? Tell retail there would be no squeeze. How could he handle it differently without losing money for the company? Well, he's kind of screwed now in terms of that. But it doesn't. I mean, why would he care? Why does he care? He made out like a bandit off of the apes. All that money that they dumped into it. I mean, he didn't sell at the top. Couldn't do that. Probably because he didn't have the shares vested anyway. He literally didn't have the shares to sell. But excuse me. He he did really well. Like $40 million really well. So he's at the end of his career. You know, he's I think he's probably gonna retire in the next 2-3 years. So he did well. It would, you know, nobody foresaw this happening. Nobody's been in the situation before. I mean, you know, and there've been similar whatever short squeeze, yada yada yada, but no situation like this with the pandemic, with the response to the pandemic, with the public's response to the pandemic. Nobody had any practice. Nobody, you know, we all did the best we could. We all capitalized on what we could. We all took advantage of what we could. Adam Aron took advantage of, you know, all these uninformed retail investors who believed a narrative that said that, hey, all you have to do is buy and hold these shares, and it's a movie theater. Everybody likes movie theaters, and you'll get rich. Not just rich, generationally rich. Like, yeah. In hindsight, yeah, it's a pretty shitty thing to do. But also, you know, I mean, the movie theater, it's not that exciting. So maybe you got to create some excitement. Okay. Pissed that he could not use Trey to get his message out this go around. Well, that's true too. He went to Trey, went on Trey. Drop some knowledge. Well, that's what I'm. So buy. No. Nobody's saying to buy. Adam Aron told the apes this was coming. He told the apes they could lose all their money. It's true. It is in one of those filings. That might be in every one of the ones. But they, you know, the other thing. So that was Adam Aron. But here about the ape retail investors. They don't take anything that he says at face value. So he talks about. He said something like, we're going to prove the short sellers wrong, wrong, wrong. He said it 3 times. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Which is such an fucking old man thing to do. Like, yeah, good. Really good, Adam. Fucking Gonif. So the apes interpreted that to mean that short sellers have shorted the float 3 times over, or that there's 3 times the number of shares that there should be, like stuff like that. And it pretty much went uncorrected anyway. But that was part of that, like, apes misinterpreting Adam Aron thing. And I don't know. It's like, I would think that you'd be like, hey, wait a minute. I'm not talking about that. It's not what I meant. I'm just being an old man here, saying the same thing 3 times because it was cool to do that in the 30s. Like, I don't know. Adam Aron can buy a few millions of AMC and ape to show some mercy for his investors. He can. He could. He could. Yes. But yeah, I don't know. Excuse me. He could do that. But I mean, the way again, about the optics of this situation is Adam Aron does not have even the most basic of conviction at all to even symbolically purchase 5 shares of each. He has all these shares he was given as part of his compensation, but that's compensation. Like, the apes are buying it, like, with money. So why can't he buy some to show, hey, we're all AMC shareholders? Didn't do it. SEC should go after the Kansas City 5. Amen. They should. They should go after the Kansas City 5. Short the VIX, Rogue the Legacy, Review Dork, Masked Investor, and Trey Collins, Trey's Trades. All those guys should be in. I mean, they belong in jail. I'm sorry, they belong in jail, or at least at this point, they should have to give back the gains that they got in a nefarious way. Their ill-gotten gains should be forfeited. They should have to forfeit that, especially Trey. Especially Trey. I want that motherfucker. He needs to get a job. He needs to get a job. Like, no 2 ways about it. I want to see him wearing a McDonald's hat. Yes, I do. Full on Wojak. But think about that. You have 5 influencers, 5 people that talked about AMC before that event. Then they get together at around the same time as the AMC shareholder meeting. in the same area where the company's headquarters are located. Then they come out with a video that's highly scripted and produced where they basically are saying, here's the narrative. Here's what we want you to believe. A lot of people are saying all this other stuff, but no, stay on track here. Buy and hold, and you'll be rich. That's not right. That's not right. And yes, people should be able to discern things, but the reality is not everybody can discern things, especially things about the stock market and being scammed or conned. So that's why we have regulations and protections. And it is my opinion that these guys absolutely committed securities fraud. There's no question about it in my mind. They absolutely did. And the ones that still do talk about this and pump AMC are continuing to break the law, I believe. I never thought that anything would happen with them. So that's why I wanted to start a channel and at least come on and try to dispel, the misinformation and fraudulent information that came out every day. Every day it comes out. Every day. There's some ridiculous misrepresentation of the truth or just completely unsubstantiated theory or what have you. Nobody was calling it out. It's crazy. This is crazy. Good reason not to short is that apes are unpredictable and aren't afraid of financial suicide. They aren't afraid of financial suicide, but they have to have money to buy the dynamite to put in the suicide vest. So I don't know. Like Jesus, like 3 times, really? 3 times? I'm not answering the question now because you asked 3 fucking times. You're annoying. You are annoying. I knew I was ignoring you for a reason. I mean, you heard about the Atlas trading thing? This is not far from that. It's not far from that. Not far from that. Thank you, Model 3 dude. Jesus Christ. Fucking child. Like that person's shorting? Yeah, okay. Probably an ape. Just here to annoy me. Anyway, yeah, clearly it's pump and dump, it's securities fraud, it's providing false information, it's saying one thing publicly, doing another thing privately. You can't do that. You can't do that. Unlicensed financial advisors. Let's start with that. Unlicensed financial advisors. They're dispensing financial advice without having any credentials, no license. You can't do that. I can't set up an office and say, Scott Allen, not a dentist, not a dentist. I'm not a dentist. I'm not providing dental services. And actually, yeah, I am. I'm cleaning people's teeth. I'm, poking around with a pick. No, you can't do that. That's not legal, nor is it right. Too bad Trey isn't trading. He loved Bed Bath & Beyond. He was always bullish. He would have lost his mind during the last 3 months. Yeah, he would have. I mean, maybe he is trading and I don't know. But no, Trey's a perma bull. He is a product of the stimulus period. I mean, he good luck with that. Trey pumped and dumped. Yep. Also pump and loss. Pump and I don't even know. And he also has a big black dildo, but we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. Okay.
I keep getting messages about feel for.
Holy shit! He didn't start with, "This is not financial advice. I am not a financial planner. I'm an entertainer. The one, the only, ape father." What? He doesn't do that anymore, huh? He doesn't do that anymore. Why not? Is it silly?
Real has been talking shit
No.
about me. Look, I try to watch that guy, but he puts me to sleep. Honestly, he puts out these like 18-minute live streams. I can't even watch it for 18 seconds. It's just very had the shorts covered. No, yeah, what are we talking about? It's like that's the only thing I like. After that, I shut it off.
Oh, really?
Just that's
Go figure. That's the part he likes. Well, that's the dumbest part. Well, Phil, really this dumb for real.
all I can listen to him. Everything else is just, he has no idea what he's talking about. I do my DD before I make a video. The only DD you do is after you get pounded by Aron. Then you do your DD. Okay? That's the DD you do. Okay?
Oh, shit.
Phil for real has got a hard on for Aron, and I'm talking literally and figuratively. Okay? He's got a hard on. I don't know why he loves him so much for. He just loves everything about him. It's like the guy could do everything, take away 90% of his shares. The guy could dilute. The guy could just continuously take retail's money away. And I think that turns on Phil in a very special way. So I like to call Phil for real. I used to call him Gib for real. Now I think I'm going to call him Aron's boy toy. Okay, because it just seems like
Gray's black dildo.
Aron goes
in real life.
Left, right, up or down. Feel for real is
See what we didn't know? Trey.
Dress up like a
Trey's is actually anatomically correct to Phil.
Might have a frown.
How fucked up was that?
But he'll cover wow because it's all about pleasing Aron. Video is not financial advice. I'm not a financial planner.
Make sure you bring Viagra.
Entertainment purposes only.
Wow. That was informative, though. I mean, and now we know that. We know that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that Phil for real literally had a hard-on for Aron. We never did even finish Scavenger, but what's the point? What's the point in finishing it, Aron to forego pay increase. Oh, yeah, right. Here it is on Fox News. Fox News. Well, Fox Business. AMC CEO requests pay freeze as stock tanks. Aron said he does not want more when our shareholders are hurting. Well, okay. Cool. Biggest inflation in 40 years. So you wait until the end of the year to do that, and you already made out like a bandit. So just totally symbolic. I think they probably would have cared more if you had actually had bought the if he had bought the stock. Go fuck yourself. You didn't get my attention. You got the opposite of my attention, asshole. Go buy some AMC. I don't have time for that shit. Which is funny. I actually do, but I just choose not to. I just, I don't want to deal with retards on this channel. It's not happening. Okay. I mean, there's so much. Like, here's the thing, too. The only people that are left are the bullshit. I don't even know. Bulldog trading. I don't even know why that came up. Finance News is back. Thomas James is literally one of the dumbest people I have ever heard speak with a British accent. I mean, like, this shit is ridiculous. We know Scavenger. This guy is an idiot. Jack Hunter. Oh, let's level up. Finance News. Casey Shaw. Donahue George. I mean, this is bottom of the fucking barrel. TMI, misinformed idiot. He's here.
Every single retail investment.
It doesn't. He's irrelevant. I can't tell you the last time I watched one of his fucking videos. There's no reason to. Same shit over and over. He's not even talking about AMC in this one. It doesn't look like. Jeff Forbes, who used to be pretty decent, but then he went full ape retard. He used to be, he used to be more objective than some of the other people. Now he's just full on ape. The creative investor, I mean, I guess if you're looking for creative ways to lose money, to hold a bag, sure, go ahead. Back to finance news. Buy the dips. That's Benji. He's retarded. Lottery stocks. This kid needs to go back to high school. New York Angelo is a Russian disinformation agent. And B. Hayes, yes, sir. It's your boy, B. Hayes. Just be quiet, B. Hayes. And that's it. That's all you got. Oh, stimulate and trade. Stimulate and trade. Now, Manuel says that he's not bullish anymore on AMC. I have to figure this out. I just want to hear a little bit of it.
Hey guys, hope you are all having a fantastic Christmas holiday full of joy and happiness.
Oh yeah.
Today,
oh boy, leading out of the gate with that, this is going to be dark video.
We are going to talk about a variety of subjects, but all are pertaining AMC. Caveat: some of the things we are going to go over is extreme.
Now, is he going to say that this is in preparation to prepare from the greatest squeeze in the history of human apes? I don't know. Kind of say he's not going to do it. Hey guys.
Negative,
hey guys.
Enough that I expect many of you to unsubscribe and declare me a shill, because my opinion on these things not only greatly contradicts what the rest of the community wants you to believe.
So now he's capitulating to Scott. He's capitulating to Scotty. Like, this is what I don't understand about this shit. If these guys say what I say, yeah, they get 66 dislikes. They still get over 500 likes. They still get over 5,000 views. They still get over 50,000 subscribers. If I say it, I'm a shill. I'm a hedgy. I'm a piece of shit. I guess, it literally is just about the personality and being comfortable. And they've always, they've been a fan. I don't know. I don't think he's going to say everything. I don't think he's going to say what we say. I don't know. It could be wrong. Let's just find out.
But also the fact I am going to be calling things for what they are with no filter or care about feelings. My mission with this channel is to provide you news and diligence with an unbiased approach so that you can make your own decisions with the best legitimate information out there. So let's rip off the band-aid and just get it over with. The recent changes and developments in regards to AMC are not good, at least for investors, and that is an undeniable fact. AMC announced this past Thursday that it would raise $110 million in new equity capital through the sale of its preferred stock and proposed a reverse stock split, which resulted in AMC share price tanking. Antara Capital, the current AMC debt holder, will buy APE units at an average price of 66 cents per share while also exchanging $100 million in debt for about 91 million APE units, which would reduce AMC's annual interest expense by about $10 million. The company is also looking to hold a meeting for APE and AMC shareholders to vote on converting.
Reduce the interest payment by $10 million a year. Wow. That's going to make all the difference.
APE units into AMC shares and propose a reverse split of AMC shares at a 1-to-10 ration. When these news came out, it seemed that two camps quickly formed, with one of them agreeing this would be most beneficial for investors and one that argues it's further evidence to suggest that AMC shareholders are going to get further screwed up, and I agree with the latter. But before I even begin to touch on why this is, let us all take a moment to reflect on the issuance of APE units. Upon its implementation, I believed myself to be one of the few notable AMC YouTube channels to say that this would result in very negative consequences for investors, and I was right. You see, every AMC influencer took time out of their day to shame anyone who thought APE units were bad.
But okay, all right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Main argument was based on the principle that with the issuance, the real number of naked shares would be exposed, that we would have the critical evidence needed to prove that the float is way bigger than it should be.
Is he going to say that the whole synthetic share narrative was nonsense? Was as nonsensical as these visuals and this voice on this channel? Not mine. That will be the true test to see if he has graduated to Scotty.
The other reason was that with its implementation, APE would allow AMC to have another squeeze run that would result in it breaking the downward trend it has been following for over a year. None of these two things happened, not even close. AMC company made some money out of issuing APE units while simultaneously greatly diminishing the value of shareholders in AMC as a whole. Unless I have been looking at the wrong charts, APE units had a peak of $10.50 near the beginning of their implementation. Now, they recently sat at a low of 65 cents per unit, though these past 2 days they ran up above $1.70 due to the news. Shareholder value for AMC wasn't just diminished, it was tarnished. AMC might have raised $100 million to help it pay its debt, but it was the expense of shareholders, which is 100% exactly what I freaking told you guys would happen when APE units were announced. AMC as a company is not doing well, and this announcement that they raised $100 million is not as positive as.
You hear that? AMC as a company is not doing well. Has he been watching our streams? I'm unsubscribed. Oh, never mind.
As they might make it seem. AMC is still insurmountably indebted, and though the money they generated will help them, they are still profoundly stuck in a huge hole.
Boom.
The problem I have with AMC is that they are not generating money by creating value, but rather trying to generate it by indirectly screwing their shareholders over. Now, there is a lot of shareholders that are somehow fine with this. They are okay with buying and watching their investment continue draining.
Well, they are shareholders. They're not investors. They're gamblers, though.
As the money is passed from their account into AMC if it means that in the very long term, AMC will settle its debt and become profitable. However, the problem with this is that AMC is not generating a lot of money as a business, and though they have beat earnings these past couple of quarters, which is good, they are not generating enough.
Yeah, those are low bar fucking bear market earning
and fans of AMC
targets.
That they need to eliminate debt as soon as possible because that debt will sink the company as a whole if it's not dealt with. But the cost of doing so appears to be at the behest of shareholders
Lower the bar
without the guarantee that AMC will be saved if done so.
Lower the bar.
It's more like a gamble in the dark
beat the
itself.
bar.
AMC announcing a reverse split has been met with tons of controversy, and though I am certain the vote will go through, I am not sure it will lead to shareholder value. In fact, I am actually pretty certain that once AMC finalizes that reverse split in the coming.
Thanks, G Romanian. Yeah, the problem is I don't have time. I don't have time. I don't have time to sit down and I have time to come on here and bullshit for a couple hours, but editing videos takes too much time. Even a 5 to 10 minute video takes several hours to produce. I could do it last year because I wasn't working. But then last October, I went back to work, so my time just got killed in terms of being able to like spend 5, 6, 7 hours working on videos every day. So I've done a few on like things that I feel like are really important, like short volume, FTDs, these big killers of this narrative. Try to, at least have some reference in there. But and I see, I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you that I should do that, but it I would rather come and interact with people and just kind of go off the cuff or do it live, as Bill O'Reilly said, but um, it's more fun. At the end of the day, it's more enjoyable than you know sitting in front of the computer by myself for 5 hours to come up with something that historically at least, nobody cared about, nobody watched, and had no impact. So it's more fun, and I get more out of it personally to come on here and do this. But I understand 3-hour live streams, people aren't going to watch. I do understand. But also, I don't care about getting more views or subscribers. That's also a thing. Like, it's all just been, organic based on what I've done. Incidental, that's what I should say. Incidentally, people have, some people, find it interesting or whatever. But at the end of the day, like, I'm not trying to do it for real. So, but I appreciate that though. We'll get to Trey.
Months, the stock price for AMC will continue going down. This is because of a variety of realities that we as a community must begin to accept. With the economy and overall stock market selling off, AMC has too been exposed to that. With an economy that is set to continue decaying in coming months for an unforeseeable future, there is no bullish thesis that AMC stock will hold, much less rise. AMC needs to hit home run after home run back-to-back incoming earning reports in order to hold neutral. Beating earnings is no longer enough. A big reason for this is that the popularity of AMC has fallen, which is something I get a lot of heat for saying. This is no longer 2021. AMC is not as popular of an investment because pretty much everyone that was going to invest
everything that we've been saying basically.
For the most part. Given that it has been downtrending for a long time, it does not look attractive to potential new investors, and given the media is not
and all these things have applied the whole time too. So like, welcome to the party. You're late. The party's over. I guess better late than never, but
talking about it 24/7 anymore. It is not getting that much free advertising and exposure. This has resulted in a lack of relative high volume, and that has caused the stock price to fall. Again, with a reverse split, what AMC is doing is saving AMC from getting potentially delisted as its value has fallen, but by doing that, it also gives shorter plenty of ammo to short it even more. Given the fundamentally as a business, AMC has not produced anything valuable to generate income. All it has done is make money by screwing over investors through APE units. It is unlikely that the outcome of this will be positive. If this wasn't enough, we are looking at probably having the worst year for the economy overall in 2023. With higher costs of inflation and fears of stagflation all around, there will be less money going around for people to afford a trip to theaters.
Although
that means less revenue
this
overall
could,
for the company, which means less potential profits.
Could indicate.
I have said over and over that AMC needs to invest
actually could be a bullish indicator. As a contrarian, this could be a bullish indicator. The fact that, somebody who is so strongly in the camp of this is going to happen and, I'm going to pull out every stop to try to justify it, has capitulated. It could be a bullish indicator for the market, not for AMC, but for the market, because he's saying, oh, next year's 2023 is going to be terrible. It's going to be the worst year ever, blah, 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 blah. Well, the more people get on that bandwagon, maybe everybody piling in on one side.
Value for consumers so that their revenue goes up.
They have a maybe a bullish indicator. Probably not, but it could be. I don't know. We're going to get to the meltdown.
Service that nobody has. Instead of investing in a mining company looking for gold, they should have invested in acquisition of a small production house to generate relatively cheap movies.
Yeah, right. What good is a fucking gold mine?
Not only would AMC enjoy higher traffic in their theaters, but they would revamp their decaying streaming service, which means revolving revenue monthly. I said this in my Discord. AMC should have looked to buy AMC Networks, which are the owners of the Walking Dead series, among other notable franchises. They would make a lot of money pumping these shows on their streaming services, along with the millions of dollars they would make.
With what cash?
Through merchandise.
With what money?
Remember, Aron said they were looking to sell merchandise.
Just said that they were doing poorly
at their theaters. Imagine how much more products they could pump with the rights to some of the biggest TV shows.
We get it. And that's interesting. But, yeah, we know all that shit. Duh. Okay, this is where I have to turn all my gain controls all the way up on this to make it actually audible. So, 1 second. I have to go in. Oh, boy. Actually, I can just do it this way. Yeah, and then I got to remember to turn it back down. That's what I usually forget.
Fucking control the stock price of AMC, guys. All that I can tell you is what the chart says. You see, if we were in a bearish triangle, if AMC was in a bearish setup, I would tell you we fucking control the stock price of AMC, guys. All that I can tell you is what the chart says. You see, if we were in a bearish triangle, if AMC was in a bearish setup, I would tell you we look fucking bearish, okay? But it's not. It is a falling.
Notice what he said. It's not bearish. This is not bearish. Don't worry, it's not bearish. This is fucking
bearish, okay? But it's not. It is a falling, broadening fucking wedge.
A falling, broadening fucking wedge. How many months? It's a bullish continuation pattern. Yes, this whole thing.
That is a bullish reversal pattern. I don't know what else to say. All right? Listen to what I'm saying. This is a bullish reversal pattern that is spanned for 15 fucking months. It's going to go up. I don't know what to tell you right now. Take a fucking breather. Jesus. Listen, all right, listen. I understand. I'm the AMC guy. I know it. I get it. People don't want me to do anything else. I fucking get it. I get it. I'm the AMC guy. I get it. Okay? But I can't do anything about the fucking stock price. I can't do anything about it. All that I can tell you is what it looks like. It's in a falling broadening wedge. It has an inverse head and shoulders. I can't fucking say anything else. Like, seriously, listen. I sit on this for 7 hours a fucking day, demonetized, listening to whatever music I want to listen to, having a fucking blast, teaching people shit for free. What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
That was the beginning of the end. Well, I mean, the beginning had already started. That was the confirmation or something. It was something. Well, it was something. Wow. I'm so glad that Poochie Mongo, who has 3 subscribers, probably my favorite video of all time. He's lost in the sauce like a wet noodle. It's not a bullish triangle or bearish triangle. It's the Bermuda Triangle. Ah! Trey is a classic case of untreated alcoholism. He should worry more about his liver than his brokerage account balance. This is what drugs do to you. He's been on a downward spiral for months. So yeah, that's that. All right, well let's see if Ape Radio's on. I need my Ape Radio fix. Where the fuck is Ape Radio? I mean, that's just like fucking Hedge Reaper. God, these people are so ridiculous. They get me hooked on something and then they take it away. What the hell? I thought there's a way to search for spaces, but I don't know. I wonder if that one is still. Oh, fuck. Yep, looks like any pump and dump, right? Yep. Oh, God. Reverse split is crucial. It's crucial now because that's what they're saying. He lied. Who lied? Oh, that one guy. Oh, whatever. Okay. A politician lied. Oh my God. Oh my God. Can you believe it, guys? Politician lied. Thank you. Is this the one? Oh yeah, this is it. Let's talk.
They want to recall those shares in order to be able to merge them with AMC?
Yes. That's it.
Okay, I'm
You
trying
got
to
it.
the process again. Just go ahead and ask that question one more time, because I'm trying to generate the answer for you, but also go along with the question that you were saying.
Okay, so with Ape, if Ape merges with AMC, wouldn't the institutions want to recall their shares so that they would
You got to stop talking about ifs
shares
here.
converted over
It's a
to
done
AMC?
deal. What?
Well, recalling the shares, did it necessarily do, like, how can I put it? When that Ape
recalling
was created,
shares. The only
Ape
people who can
itself
recall shares are the holders.
It split the actual short, because instead of one short, you now have two shorts. So recalling those shorts would also essentially be recalling the common, when that's what it was in the first place.
And the only people who
So
can
that's
recall
why, like, in essence, if
shares are the
one with
people
just Ape, you would have to do
who
the other.
originally held them where they were lent out from.
And
So
that
if I
was
have
also
shares
before, because
and they're lent
get an
out of my account
that you're trying to close
a
out,
short seller,
because the
I
goal was
can
from
recall them.
it created the
But
double.
nobody else can. Not
But
the
as it did the
company,
QSIP,
not
so then that's
the
where it does get a little
DTCC,
bit complicated with the preferred amount
nobody
it is.
except the
But
original
with
holder.
that, like, that's, I'm not gonna lie, I might be confusing you a little bit, or I might even be confusing myself, because that's also a what if scenario. So don't necessarily want to go down that route, but hopefully, like, some clarity came of that.
So what happens to the failed to delivers when this is getting ready?
Oh, the FTDs.
That one, I don't fucking know. Ask the individuals that are supposed to be, saying like, "Hey, you've been failing to deliver."
FTDs have been one of the most meaningless
do your
things
fucking job and deliver the goddamn
that
fucking
have
shares.
been
Like, that one
hyped
I wouldn't be
in
able
this
to tell
whole
you.
thing.
But
It's a total
all
nothing
I know
burger.
It's just going to be combined. So the FTDs on any of the Ape itself, which they should not have been, those are going to get locked in. Like I said, the value of those are going to get locked in.
So I do have a good question. I don't know if you'll have the answer for this. And I don't know if everybody been following the whole FTX story, but what happens with all these tokenized AMC shares and Ape that was sold that they didn't have a 1-for-1?
Wait, repeat that?
What happens with all these AMC shares with FTX had sold that they didn't have a 1-for-1?
I mean, that is the $1 million question, is it not? I mean, basically, those are all failed to deliver shares. And I don't know where they relocated them to, but it would seem that they created their own exchange and infinitely printed shares over there. So
they aren't shares.
They could have went to any of the crypto exchanges, Binance, and had them recreate the shares in under a different name.
This is total garbage.
I have no idea. So
total fucking garbage.
It would appear that they've defrauded the market, though, billions of times over. And again, I'll say this, and I've been saying this for 2 years now. I believe a dividend squeezes them out of existence.
Well, you got a dividend. It didn't do shit. So you're wrong. Next.
I see you, Chris. And I believe that dividend will squeeze.
I mean, he kind of sees all of us, right? Look at his profile photo. He's like looking right at you, man.
He's looking straight at me right now. Is that the good eye or the bad eye?
That is the good.
Hey guys, like what you were saying, like if they don't close out, right? Like what you were saying, if they don't close out at the conversion date, you're gonna have a lot more Ape shares being converted over to AMC, because if you look at the market cap, like today, the market cap was like 4.6 billion on Ape when it was trading at like $1.85. So you're looking at like 2.2 billion shares in circulation. So if they don't close out, like all those shares are in people's accounts, so they would all need to be converted over, and you would have a lot more shares coming into AMC. No. They all get converted. They all get converted. All of the issued ape, all the unissued ape, it all gets converted. So like if you look at the market cap today on Ape, right? I think I looked at it in the middle of the day and it was like $4.6 billion market cap on APE, and it was trading at like $1.85. So does that make sense even? Like the number of shares on APE circulating, according to like Yahoo Finance, was like 2.2 billion shares. So like obviously it's been naked shorted. Obviously market makers and other participants. Obviously it's been naked shorted. See you, Chris. Thank you, my friend. Catch you next time. Ape shares when we're almost done. Underlying by the way too. So if they don't close, obviously it's been naked shorted, guys. And I'm seeing a market cap of 2.2 billion on Ape to eliminate it from the market. God damn it. Then there's gonna be more Ape share, like people with the Ape shares converting over to AMC, because like it's not just gonna be like it's supposed to be just whatever was issued by the company, but I mean I think a lot of people are under the belief that a lot more Ape shares were credited to people's accounts without having the underlying security. You mean without having, a lot of people are under that assumption without having any proof, right? Being converted over to AMC. Here we go. Just make shit up. We don't see it, but we believe it.
And that's also
we have blind faith.
Actually close
we believe in,
because if it is the same and then you're just converting it over, it's still kind of like the same. It can still remain the same as if you just did a regular split. You lose less money.
I don't think it's going to be the same. I don't think I've never seen anything.
Oh no, it's not. But yeah. I'm just saying that's why like the 1-for-1 part, like for them to still like try and not have a loss at all, is having a the equivalent.
This Chris guy is going to jump in here with his you have to multiply it by blah blah blah, the factor of blah, blah.
I mean, if Ape runs because they have to close out short positions, it really fucks their world up, and
they never have to close out short positions.
That means AMC is probably destined to run.
I don't know why they can't understand this. Like, have to?
I believe the math that some people have is wrong. I don't believe you get one share for one ape.
Just wait. Chris is going to school you on that.
For one ape share, or for 1 penny.
The Chris in this ape. Twitter thing,
that's
not
how
our
they've
Chris.
Always converted. It's always been one for.
Oh, that is Chris talking.
Penny for penny.
Yeah, there you go.
Conversion ratio. It hasn't been stock for stock. It's been penny for penny. And I know people are going to say the 8K says it's 1 ape for 1 AMC, but it literally just says it's just a 1-to-1 ratio, like meaning that it's going to be a fair trade of 1-to-1, dollar for dollar. And in every merger and acquisition, it's always been where like if your weight is cheaper on one than the other, then there's a percentage of that value that is divided into the other share. So you can either gain shares or you can lose shares. In the case of Ape, you're like worth half of AMC right now. So if we converted today, you might get like a one, or you'd have to, you get 1 share of AMC for every 2 ape that you had if you converted today. Now, if Ape ran and it was worth $10 and AMC were worth $2, you get 5 shares of AMC for every 1 share of Ape that you had. And they would use the money from the giant shelved shares to give you those shares. And that would be a dilutive process. I mean, people are sending me all this shit, and I'm actually reading this stuff. I'm not just making this stuff up. There's people who have sent me this stuff in my DMs.
So my thing is this:
from investor.gov, and it's buried somewhere now.
if
but
you think that
one thing I will say to the
you can
dilutive process,
tell
it's not
when shorts are
the
going to
only
close their
but
positions,
I will say it is for the Antera part, but for everything else, the way it was distributed as a dividend,
you are. I mean, especially now after
is
all
not
this shit,
diluting it because it
why
increases.
would you
It's
ever
not even
fucking
increasing the amount.
believe
Everyone
that?
got the equal
It
amount
makes
for the
no
shares that they
sense
got
to me.
between APE and
Like,
AMC. So it's
they
going
keep
directly
saying,
to the
"Oh,
retail
they're going to be
investor.
forced to close their
Now, what they
positions. They're
did
going to
for,
close their
you
positions."
know,
No, they're not.
selling it, that's that.
They're
Yeah,
not
the
going to
Antera
close.
part,
I mean,
that I can see with the dilution, but the actual distribution from the dividend part.
short interest will never be zero.
So something I wanted to say.
This is
I
a
heard in
basic
another
thing.
space. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Okay.
yes, we can.
So let's say the conversion goes down and those people didn't close their shorts, right? And they just kept them on their books as debt. And
because they don't know either.
All the shares have been converted and there shouldn't be any more. Yet these people have all these synthetics sitting on their books as evidence of naked shorts. So they would kind of want to get out quick because it's just evidence sitting at their books that they have naked shorts.
Shut the fuck up. Like there's no record of it. Like, yeah, they just do it real quick. And there's no record of it, so they can't go back and look. I mean, shut the fuck up. God damn.
Since there are no AMC shareholders that are willing to sell, Aron
and the notion that nobody is willing to sell. I mean, come on.
Settled. Now this was
nobody's willing to sell.
He could. He said he wouldn't. It would be unlikely that he would dilute any more ape, but he could say, "Hey, nobody wanted to sell their ape shares because of the conversion, but we will sell you 50 million shares at $50 or $100 and let you get out. Or we will sell 100 million shares at $60 or something like that. And then he will walk the market price up, and then that will be the price.
This is a flawed notion too, I think.
Ultimately,
walk the market price up by selling blocks of shares at higher and higher prices. Jesus. That's some fucking Willy Wonka shit.
Are you eating an apple?
Am I what?
Celery.
Celery? I knew it was something crunchy.
Mute your goddamn thing when you're eating.
Rightly so.
I know.
You haven't been going to the gym since Heather moved in.
Shut up, Bonnie.
You're still working out.
God damn it.
You knew that was coming. I got to talk to you later on this thing that I'm reading right now, but not on the space call.
So secretive, Vonnie. You know, friends don't keep secrets.
Yeah, well, you know what? We're on a space call. I'm on page 22 of 26. So,
ooh, nice.
Lots of little highlighting going on.
Yeah, I was doing some DD and it just left me with a lot more questions, but it just helps to discuss it, you know?
Yeah, I just don't like to discuss it openly on a space call until I've discussed it kind of like, hey, is my head in the right place on this? Because rather than, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I totally know what you mean. What's up, Kay?
Hey guys, what's up? Hey, I just I had a quick question. I was just thinking real quick about you know, I remember hearing all this stuff about, controlled event and managed squeezes and blah 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 blah. But I was thinking, like, in the event, sorry, I just got done working out, but in the event, say there was a 10-to-1 or whatever, 10-to-1 reverse split or whatnot, now all of a sudden, basically, 90%, right, give or take, of your shares have been kind of wiped, right? So someone with 1,000 shares, blah blah, after the thing now has 100, right? So price brackets will change, and so I guess my thought was see someone, for example, that had 1,000 shares and they were holding out for $1,000 a share, right? Now all of a sudden they have 100 shares and they're like, oh shoot, man, in order to hit my price target, I got to wait for 10,000 a share, right? So, I mean, do you think in essence that would kind of,
that would be your profit
I'm
target?
not saying control the squeeze,
not your price target.
I was just saying like maybe make the overall size of a possible squeeze maybe shrinking because there's less shares and maybe,
I mean, this is,
people
you could never know this.
Hold for
This is so
really weren't prepared to hold for.
Undefined. They're talking about shit that is completely speculative. There is absolutely zero evidence for anything that would allow you to answer the question that he just asked. That is ridiculous.
It's happened multiple times
because
stocks have run
at one point
100, 200%.
they believed that the price should have been higher. That's all you have. All you have.
Everyone will be pissed off
because everybody on Reddit says they're buying this many shares or whatever.
And you'll be like,
the belief is,
pops up,
wow, we've bought all these shares. Price should be way up here, but it's not.
And everyone's
Because you
getting
don't understand
twice
how
their
the
shares.
fucking market works.
And guess what happens? The stock can split
Shares
sometimes twice in the same day.
Okay.
There are multiple positions established
up another 30,
on a single share. That is not illegal. It's not synthetic. It is the market.
They want to keep bringing in
people coming in.
Learn.
Right.
Think about how money works.
I just hope people are willing. I mean,
think about how money works.
Obviously, I've
it's not that different
because I know that
it's not like
just thinking about
toilet paper on the shelf in the grocery store. It's not like that. With that,
exactly what I'm voting for and what I'm for, and I'm all
one roll of toilet paper is one roll of toilet paper.
I mean, I'm all about letting Aron do these.
But money is not like that.
I mean, like at this point, I'm like, dude.
Securities are not like that. Equity is not like that. There can be multiple exposures to equity, and if you don't understand that,
make the best possible decisions. And throughout this past,
that's a starting point for you.
So that I've also been in this.
That is a starting point.
I've kind of had brackets, and as I've accumulated down the lines, I've kind of adjusted and said, okay, this was my plan. This is what I'm thinking in the beginning. Kind of my my strategy, if you will, and obviously that adjusts completely. In a reverse split when you're looking at way less shares. I mean, obviously higher prices, less shares.
Oh, obsessed about the number of shares.
Think your whole game plan, and I just want to make sure that I'm
I mean, this could be an opportunity for. I mean, actually,
come crunch time,
because that whole misunderstanding.
See, my expectation
and all this bullshit speculation about bullshit that's
I fully expect
completely
to run
totally out to lunch
because one, it's a preferred stock.
I mean, really, it goes back to the same misunderstanding, the same lack of understanding,
which is one
at the end of the day.
Right.
Which is why
they tried that.
Yeah, they tried. They tried to create.
Fuck the number of shares.
But again, this is big
and
for me.
Think about your equity. How much equity do you have?
Through mergers
in dollars.
I've been through mergers and acquisitions, and I've seen what happens with mergers and acquisitions. The ratio,
like all these people talking about, you're losing 90%.
That you get one AMC. In the event that the share price
they think that
is half.
If you have 10 shares, 9 of them just get canceled.
You only get one.
You don't get the money. It doesn't re-equalize anything like that. You just lose them.
For every 2 shares
what?
of ape that you have.
You don't belong in the market.
But hear me out.
What?
If they're
what?
forced to
Fuck.
close their short
This
positions,
is absurd. This is completely fucking absurd.
Ape runs to.
I mean, this is some fucking
even number.
This is some fucking elementary school bullshit.
Ape is now $40.
I can own. That's all I can say. That this is some fucking grade school fucking bullshit.
How do you compensate?
Wow, these people are fucking ignorant.
With AMC.
Holy shit. If Scavenger's still here,
I don't see
you're fucking better than this. You have to be. Or you're completely fucking full of shit.
For the ones that got Ape, when they were supposed
to,
with their AMC, right? I mean, those are the ones that boom. I got in before the deadline. you know, I got my 1-for-1s, I'm there. Now you
I
have
mean,
these other,
fucking
now you
think
have
about it.
random people that haven't
Actually
been
think
playing
about
at
it
all, don't really know what's going on. They're trying
and
to prove to you
challenge
something they
what
should
the
buy,
fuck you believe
you
already.
know. And now it's
I
like,
mean,
well, what about the OGs that have been
none
around
of
for
these
years?
people can do that. None of them can do that. It is
Situation
absolutely insane
there's a
to
ratio,
me.
and it's not one
Everything they are talking about
for $1. So
is all it's all based on the same
They're saying
assumptions.
if
They
it was
are
40
they have
bucks,
not
you'd have to have a bunch of
they
AMC shares at $4.
oh my
You'd need
god.
10 of them,
And
right?
anytime
you'd have to get 10 of them, right?
anything's
So they
mentioned,
offer you 10 shares of AMC for
you
your
know,
one
you know
ape,
how they get.
and
So
that's how.
technically, you could get more AMC shares then.
So technically, you get more AMC
Imagine
shares
if
then,
one
but then
if
you'd
I
go
went
through
into
your
space.
conversion, and then you would go through your split. See, that's the thing that people are missing out on. You might
And if
have,
that's the
Like
case, hell yeah,
these
end up,
people
you might
have
end up
so much
having
fucking
considerably
confidence
more
too.
shares at a
That's
higher
really the most
price
absurd thing.
and more control
I
of
can
the market.
understand
That's
people
why
don't
he
know
said
stuff.
the ape shares
Like
are extremely
I don't
valuable.
know everything. Nobody
I remember
knows
seeing that,
everything
and I never listened to
about
all those
whatever.
dudes
But
saying sell it. I'm like, what for, man? Like, it's like selling AMC. They're connected. I've never sold AMC before. Why would I sell it now? You know,
well,
it
you
doesn't
have
make any
fucking
sense.
diamond balls,
I always
hey.
saw it as part of
Wow,
the
you're a real fucking man.
you know.
You're gonna be rich
I mean, obviously,
with
still got to
little
do it
effort
the
because
way
that's what
it
men
always
do.
worked out
What the
exactly the way that
fuck?
they wanted to
What a
from the
child.
beginning. But it's cool to
Holy
see
shit.
something being shooken up
Holy shit.
like
Yeah,
that,
scavenger,
which I
where'd you
like.
go,
It's just a,
bro?
you know, I've been watching this damn thing every day, sleepless nights.
Oh, watching it every
Split
day,
the
sleepless
pre-market,
nights. It's
thinking,
so
oh,
hard.
it's going on, it's down 10%.
You are a
Like, what the
fucking
hell?
jack off.
Ruins your whole day. You
Ruins your
know,
whole day. What are you on your
you know,
fucking period?
we've all been
What the
through those ups
fuck?
and downs, man.
Okay,
What the
if
fuck?
Elon Musk were to merge us with
Oh my
Tesla,
god.
Tesla's I don't know what it is right now. Let's just make up a
Jesus
number and say
fucking
it's
Christ.
$200.
And they don't even
Okay,
understand what equity is.
and he
They
says
don't
we're
even
going to
they
buy
don't even understand what they're
AMC
fucking
for
doing
$65 right
at
now.
all.
Do
They
you
have no
think
fucking
for a
clue.
second that they would give you
You guys are so fucking full of
To buy
shit.
a Tesla,
Holy fuck.
buying a $5
What a bunch of
AMC
fucking
share.
losers.
right? And now
No.
God damn it.
100 and they're come.
I mean,
I mean, I can see maybe the share price going up
feel
because
free to
the value
challenge me, bro.
Tesla brings in. But I mean, how would you even like put a number on that? I don't know.
No, that's what I'm saying though. It's over. Like
Yeah.
once the merger is announced.
Yeah.
they
You know
freeze
what?
both stocks.
That's he got that right.
So
It's
now,
over. It's fucking over. You lost. And you're
Well,
going down from
it's
here, and
one
you
for one.
fucking lost.
But guess what?
Because you had a
Your one
shitty
is not
attitude.
equal to my one. It's $1 to
Because you
$1.
thought you
It's
knew.
not one
You thought you knew
one
everything.
share. I'm not
And
giving
you went
away
around,
one share
danced
of
around, and
Tesla
proclaimed it in front of
for every
everybody.
one share of AMC.
Literally on the internet, like
Yeah,
for
no,
public
it's
to
gonna
see.
be,
You're going to because
Like
your
people
the
see
market
you
cap of your company is only
saying
so
this
much.
shit.
So I'm
when I
going
see where you're going with that, and I've seen the debate. I've heard people jump on and try to, you know, jump back in with the whole one for one thing, but it's so vague. But at least what you're saying, at least there's an explanation.
It's so vague. Yeah.
I understand the one for one, and that's why I think it's, you know,
No, you
like, oh, I'm
don't.
going to buy a bunch of
No, you don't. You
$1
don't
ape
understand the
shares
one
because
for
I know
one.
that eventually there'll be a $10 AMC share. I mean, I don't think it quite works that way, right? I mean,
no, they won't.
Oh fucking hell!
I don't think it really matters what you buy it.
I am addicted to this shit though
obviously
now.
cheaper, and I personally,
I mean, because
you know,
this is just
after the split, and you know, I got my equal values of shares. I mean, I bought more of each, but I definitely am
because
a little bit, you know, heavier
because
on the
we
side, just because I mean, how the hell are you
it's
not going to buy
just
shares
the
at 66 cents no matter what?
window right into
if people who bought
this fucking delusion.
Say they sold all their
like
AMC
you can be
that
part
AMC announced
of this movement,
and they bought all their ape, and their ape is now $2.
Just sit here and listen to these guys.
These people are saying is that the AMC people would then have to pay the ape people so that it would make the price even.
Yeah,
again,
what the fuck?
It's nonsensical, man. It does. And they're like, well, it's a 1-1.
At least he knows that.
Even out before the merger
because
happens.
apparently some other people don't.
Well, and like you said, it's a 1-to-1 ratio, right? It's not 1-to-1 stock. You know, I mean, or right? It's when you're saying ratio, I mean, it leaves, you know, there's gray area in there, right? It's not like, and like I said, and that wouldn't be fair. Like I said, if you got all these guys holding,
oh yeah, no, it wouldn't be fair because it's all about what's fair.
see it's freaking 60
Yep.
bucks. And then some dude goes in there and buys
What's
10
fair
units
is that,
for
you know,
66 cents and
you,
thinks that and thinks that
you got a
he's
group of
going to be
people that
met
know
at that high price. I mean, that wouldn't be fair.
like less than fucking sixth graders about money and finance and math. I mean, literally math, literally sixth grade math.
Happens, I guess, right?
Sixth graders run circles around these fucking
Exactly.
clowns.
The
I mean,
market
seriously.
conversion ratio formula.
What a bunch of
all
God
there for, your AMC boardroom. They know what they're going to do if it hits a certain number. They could actually they could actually reverse.
What the fuck's he doing? I think he's over there using drugs.
You know what I'm saying?
I know. I've heard so much.
Cool I don't know. I don't want to speculate beyond that.
They could reverse split it, right? Or they could, like I said, I love the dividend idea, and I really do believe that Aron, once all this settles and everything is nice and
yeah, I saw Jimmy.
I mean, him kicking out a dividend to the shareholders, I think is just inevitable, man. I just can't see him not wanting to do that, which I think would be awesome.
and not just that, like the best thing that I think I heard today was Fafa. Fafa came in here and said, what if all these shorts need to close and Aron offers them an olive branch to pay off the debt and says, hey, I'll give you 50 million at 40. I'll give you 50 million at 50. I'll give you 50 million at 60. I'll give you 50 million at 70. And you just watch Ape in the last 2 days before all this starts to close, just start to run up and run up and run up. And
then you got yourself a squeeze then, don't you?
Need to actually get out of this position.
Yeah.
They need
might
it.
not want to carry over an Ape short into AMC, which is going to go through a reverse split over there.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. It just depends on, how much pride you're willing to swallow.
It depends on,
at this point.
Oh, I don't know, man. It depends on how things actually are. We'll just have to see how they are.
These guys will be able to do what they've been doing in the first place. And who knows, man? I mean, there might be those guys like, frick it, I'm out. I still want to survive. And then there could be the ones that are like, dude, I'm straight up going down with the ship, period. Either way.
It sounds like he's talking about apes. He was talking about apes, right?
I mean, it's getting so, the favor has switched so far. I mean, so much, in my opinion, from retail to all these other, dudes out there that it's just, it's really cool to see. And it's really cool to be a part of. I know so many people are frustrated and irritated to no end, and I wish I could, meet some of these dudes in person. Some of these idiots out there, but
idiots. What are you talking?
I just, positive and knowing that something's going to happen, even fundamentally. But the cool thing is, I can't wait to see what happens even in the near future, because obviously there's so many.
Oh yeah, everything's going to be. You're going to change everything. You're changing the world.
It's going to be so cool to just be on the ride. And just kind of
be a part of,
and with that
changing the world.
Advice, but
I'm wearing a black turtleneck sweater.
When you're talking two separate
jeans,
Ape and AMC,
no belt.
Say all of a sudden, and it's nowhere near any
sneakers.
But say all of a sudden, I mean, do you think there's people that are going to see Ape run up to $200-300 and then dump it, and then just see what happens with?
Yeah,
AMC?
yeah, oh yeah, 200-300.
You don't care where Ape goes, and you just ride it, and then wait till it goes into AMC and then make a decision from there. Because I've had a few buddies of mine like, dude, if I see Ape hit $200-400, that might be a time to sell some. I'm like, well, I don't know. I mean,
well, that's
you ride it out, combine it, or
yeah, no, I mean, dude, if it runs to $200 or $300 or $400, man, I have no problem with anyone taking whatever they put into this trade off the table.
At least
well, that's good that you don't have a problem with it.
Yeah,
you got your permissions.
I mean, like, dude, there's nothing wrong with that. Me personally,
I mean,
dude, like, I've already said
good.
I'm going to either the moon with this or I'm going bankrupt. So there is no.
Dude, I'm down.
Oh, there is no third option. There's no third option, right?
I'm a completely different investor than most people.
You're not an investor.
100% of my investment into Palantir right before I went into AMC. So like November of 2020, I believe, I bought everything. I put everything I had into Palantir.
That's a good strategy.
I put everything into AMC.
Solid.
And then I've been building a position into AMC. So
yeah, I'm kind of similar, man. I'm not much of a trade. I'm kind of a long, kind of ride it out and see what happens.
Yeah, and
but I mean, do you see
pretty...
any benefit though of ape running up but still holding it, let the split happen and keep it together as a? Do you see a benefit in doing that, or do you?
What?
Dude, what if I end up with
what?
a 10 to 1?
He's talking about like 100, 200.
10 AMC shares for every 1 share of ape that I have. You know what I'm saying? Now I've got like 40,000. I mean, well, I don't even want to get into the numbers, but like that could get fucking crazy.
Yeah, you don't want to get into the numbers
to get you way more AMC shares
because A, you can't figure it out. B,
you're like, wait, you own how many shares of ape?
You were just talking about how many
shares of AMC. Now do the math in your head.
If
there's only 140 million shares and we deconvert 10
well,
to
if
1,
there's only,
and then all of a sudden we start to think about the number that we're at,
your equity is the same.
Control we have over the stock.
Your equity is the same.
Now shorting us becomes increasingly more dangerous because
if
you knock the market cap down from 2.5 billion
applies to shorting too.
Billion or
the equity does not change.
You
So
start creeping down into those numbers, and there's billionaires out there that could buy the entire company's float, like snap of their fingers.
Yeah, they could buy anything.
I mean, $1 billion. There's billionaires that could sneeze at that.
Like what
Jeff
the
Bezos?
These
as much.
I mean, this ignorance goes far beyond the stock market.
He could be like, yo, dude,
that's something that I'm learning.
A lot of money and fuck over all these hedge funds.
I guess being able to
they fucking
point to
they were too stupid to get this thing to go bankrupt for me.
Wow.
But what if I just steal all their money instead? What if
there is so little business sense
through a bunch of shell corporations
at play here,
and then I own the entire AMC float
that
because they drove the price down too far.
It seems like they're playing a board game or something.
Yeah.
They're playing like a simulation.
The overall price.
I mean, really, they are. They are
seems like you also
running a simulation.
To a lot more companies that might
like they are in a synthesized world.
I mean, obviously, Amazon could buy them out,
wild.
Anybody out, but I mean, maybe there's more players that come to the table if it's more manageable.
Yeah,
like you said, cost wise.
The 200 the 2-year average on the stock is usually where they about start negotiating prices, and that like they would be
well, hey, at least I'm not on that list.
$50 a share mark, and I don't think that's anywhere close to where Amazon wants to buy AMC at.
Yeah,
so an offer would have to come in in favor of shareholders plus some.
Which tribal lord are you
to get us to vote
a subject of Ape Nation?
I don't think.
Who do you trust?
They wouldn't want to pay that much.
Yeah,
who has it?
The board would want
right.
To do that. I don't think the CEO would want to do that. I don't think he'd even entertain the offer.
But you still believe though that there's definitely some merger possibilities, which would basically just blow this thing out of the water, right? I mean, whole Disney or Pixar or what everyone's talking about, or something like
that. You wouldn't want a merger. You'd want a
buyout.
Yeah, like an acquisition.
Yeah.
Of someone
Yeah.
Else.
Good.
Bring someone else in.
That's good. That's good.
Okay, we purchased. So, like, if we purchased Highcroft Mine.
That's good deduction there.
We were to change it to like AMC Movie Theater Corporation and Mine, AMC, you know what I'm saying, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And you just change
American Mining Corporation or something.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, like whatever you want to do. And at that point, you would just destroy them because you would have a merger. They'd have to close all their short positions. It's a completely different company.
I don't
transfer over. HYMC would likely.
I don't do any.
And then you'd get a true
outreach
on that.
Like that in other chats. I just don't want to get involved. I don't have time to go hang out in fucking chats
and people don't really.
I think that was such
get all wrapped up in the shit.
Cool move, man. People talking about silver and gold. Well, just buy Highcroft and you can get them both. I mean, the funny thing about it is, like I said, that had nothing to do with movie theaters ever. But you think about a way to drink. I mean, man, one day there's going to be some tweet that goes out that all of a sudden, some crazy thing happened out there, and all of a sudden, everyone's talking about getting debt free and blah blah. I mean, they might be debt free overnight.
Oh, all it takes is one tweet.
But there's an option there of it, besides the popcorn and merch and all that.
Love the popcorn. It's like going to a fair.
Sometimes I forget.
It's like going.
Also is
God.
A gold mine out there that's
wow. This is
on hardcore. That's going to bring more money to AMC that could exceed any of the, any of these other ventures they got going. Which I mean, to me, if anybody at all was at all concerned about the player, is this going to be all right, or is AMC going to survive? I mean, holy smokes! I don't see how you can be much stronger as a company, and I'm a small business owner myself, and I mean,
wow.
if you're just kind of looking at what's happening and how it's growing and the support and all the ways that they've branched out, and how well they're doing despite everybody trying to tear it down, to come out ahead this way and continue to grow in the manner it has been, I think is
Boy,
just, I mean, what more could you want?
that is
From an investment standpoint or CEO
that is eating up the bullshit right there.
the business in general. I mean, it's awesome to see, and I'm so glad that I got in it when I did and learned as much as I did. I knew nothing about AMC and said, I'm in Hawaii and we don't have AMCs out here, man.
Wow, this just keeps getting more bizarre.
I've never even been to one, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean the fundamentals of the company are changing. We're seeing a lot of like growth in the business aspect. People are returning to movies after COVID. You got
I don't know that you could really say that there's a lot of growth in the business aspect. Whatever that means.
2022 was the worst year for movies in the history of movie theaters. In 2020 and in 2021,
I mean,
production studios could not create movies. They could not even create television shows. They couldn't have people on set without masks. They were people without vaccinations. So it was a massive problem for production studios, and it was the worst year.
It's such a massive problem
in the history of their existence. They had the biggest decline in revenue and profits ever. But again, that's because they couldn't create their product, right? They couldn't get their product out there, and they couldn't get people to go to the theaters because everyone was afraid to get sick. Yep. Now with this return back to
it wasn't
more normal. Look at what's happening with
I'm not
Avatar.
See, it's not so binary. It's not so black and white.
Its initial
it's nuanced.
And they're still calling it a flop.
There's more than one thing. Basically, there are different aspects of things. Like they oversimplify this whole narrative so much because it has to be. You have to be able to sell it to grandma.
In the whole theater. And we actually had to separate one. At least we got the dude to move over. But in that entire, when they showed us the graph or whatever, like, oh, where do you want to sit? I'm like, what's available? He's like, oh, the 3 blue ones. I'm like, dude, okay, I guess we'll sit there.
You went to Regal?
But, I mean, that was Regal out of here wide at 2:30 on a Monday afternoon.
He's in Hawaii. They don't have the AMC out there.
So he didn't fly out to California.
Wait, you went to Regal? Why did you go to AMC? Dude, he lives in Hawaii.
I do plan on doing that.
They have limited options. And your fucking fabulous ass theater company doesn't have a fucking location there.
AMC gift cards.
Fucking losers. The fuck?
That's
wow.
I
can buy at Target out here in Hawaii. They sell AMC gift cards right at the store. So
there you go.
Let me get to that guy. He's got his hand up.
No, you can email
gift
cards
card.
now, but if
that's
you
great.
AMC, you would know that.
You can buy it and send it to somebody who lives in the real world.
Take it easy.
Here where it gets cold.
Hey, what's up,
so I am looking at a couple different things. I'm going back to what Aron had put out on August 4th for an open letter to AMC Entertainment shareholders from our chairman, like that part where he was talking about Ape. And it's just interesting that he put this specific in here. It's like conversion can only take place if the company proposes and shareholders, including Ape holders, but specifically including Ape holders, vote to approve the authorization of additional common shares at a future AMC Entertainment stockholders meeting. That is still your call to make. Because one Ape is equal to one AMC for the power that you have in control of voting with the company. So say we chose to wait off on conversion, but yet we did go with the reverse stock split. increases
You
the
can't
value
do
per
that.
share of what we have, but we still have a remaining power of what we have because of ape. So would that not
That's
increase
not
the
going to
value of what we
happen.
have
You
for our
can't do
shares after that 10-to-1 split
what?
conversion? Because we still have 516 million. Well, we still have 80% of
80%.
the float for what ape is. Do you get what I'm saying? Where it's just like, okay, cool. So then we don't have to convert it just yet, but the 10-to-1 increases the share price. And then if he chose to dilute it with just more AMC,
it doesn't. None of that shit matters.
Pay off the debt, but we still
This is
have the
what
power
this
that
is
we
what they
have
don't
because we didn't
understand.
give it up since one
They're
ape
so
equals one
focused on the
AMC
number of
share
shares, the
with
float, and da 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 da.
voting proxy power.
What the
Does
fuck?
that make sense?
So I have
That's
the forward purchase
that's
agreement
that's just
in front of me, and it has the conversion as the first vote and the split as the second vote, and the conversion is what is going to give more shares in AMC.
Yeah, you can't.
Which is what we need. Well, because of what Soika just said, for the conversion, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get 1-for-1 share. It could be the value instead.
Good God, these people are
more ape.
Well, he doesn't. He doesn't want
to
sell more ape because it's too cheap, and he doesn't see the value in selling it. When short sellers have driven the price down so far, he says he's basically giving away the company for pennies, which he is, and he knows they can't raise.
Yeah. Oh, what? Well,
So he doesn't want to give.
Sounds like a manufactured crisis to me.
Especially to
what the fuck is this guy doing?
Unless they're going to play ball with him. This company that bought the $100 million
assuming it
ape, they're willing to play ball with Aron and vote the way that he wants them to vote, and he knows that 2 days before their lockup period ends is basically when they're allowed to start selling.
So yeah, but he sold it at 66 cents, or what was it, 60 something cents? Why doesn't he just wait for it to go up to like $3, $4 again, and then sell it again? Clear debt.
The only reason it went up to $3 is because of this vote that's going to happen, because the rumor. It's the news that sent it up. It's not buying pressure. It's the 100 million shares that were bought by this company who are legitimatizing ape as an asset, and also the vote for conversion back to AMC, which is driving it back up.
So why doesn't he just bullshit and just say, I changed my mind? Does he have to go through with it?
Well, yeah, because then you'd be frowned upon as a CEO for lying to your shareholders. I mean, it's kind of like you can, but should you?
I mean, imagine it going to $5 in 2 weeks. Let's just sell that bitch and just not even do the conversion.
I could imagine going to 40 or 50 and fucking before it converts. If conversion goes through and the shorts are forced to close, I could see it going extremely high.
So back to what I was saying. Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that if the shorts are truly forced to close on ape before the conversion takes place, that essentially is what everybody's been waiting. That is Moass, because
correct.
Because ape is identical to AMC. It is AMC plus additional shares that were shorted even harder. So when people are saying like, oh, it might go to 50 or it might go to 100 or 200, like if they're forced to close and Aron doesn't sell any more shares, it could go extremely, extremely high.
Correct. 100%. It can go to highs that you didn't see AMC go to, because every short is forced to close.
Yep.
There is no way of buying
Jesus Christ.
Options to hide failed to delivers at that point. If you're selling something that you don't own on ape,
selling something you don't own
caught is going to be exposed right away.
Getting caught. I mean,
you could naked short it. You know what I'm saying?
You could naked short it. Like,
you have to find a locate.
It's like they're,
at that point you're just going to run.
This is a cult.
It's like You know, the way that they were able to.
That's the only that's the conclusion that
they're
one
not
can
able to
come
stop
to here.
the way that we're going to go
way,
flying
like
up.
they have their
You
own
know, it's going to be the
way
same
of talking
speed.
about things. They have
You
their
know,
own definitions of things. They have their own
10%, 20% a day.
rules. They have their
10,
own
20, 30,
morality and ethic.
100%
Like
a day, and you've seen that. You know, it's a preferred equity.
you went to
volatile.
Regal.
It can run.
Like
It can
this
do
is
what
some fucked up shit. This shit needs to end.
HKD did.
Somebody needs to come in and put an end to this shit.
$100 a share. There's
At
no
least
doubt
this
about
aspect
it. There's
of it.
stopping
Like
it. There's
this
no
is some
option
fucking. I mean,
you know, there's no hiding any of this shit. It has the ability to run anywhere it wants to go.
Yeah,
I guess.
because essentially,
I guess
it is like everybody was waiting for the AMC squeeze. It is AMC. It's identical, mirrored over to Ape. So it's the identical number of naked shorts. It's the identical number of real shorts plus more. So if they are truly forced to cover all their short positions on Ape, there is your AMC Moass.
Correct. And there's a reason that he has the 5 billion ape on the conversion, or 4.5 billion ape on the conversion, whatever that number is, because your ape
I'm sensing like
is going to have a certain amount of weight to it. And
some
if
4D
AMC
chess
is worth
like
$5,
takes
ape is worth
here.
100. Let's just say we're throwing a number.
Is this guy like a AM?
You can't take
like
the
a
equity from
AA's
your ape and give it to an AMC share.
4D chess wizard.
Okay, that's
type
robbing
of guy, or
an ape shareholder and giving it to an AMC shareholder. They are not the same. Just because you hold the same shares does not mean everyone holds the same shares. If you have 1,000 shares of ape because you sold all your AMC and ape runs to $100, but now they're converting your ape to AMC and ape is worth $5, well, now you have 1,000 shares that are worth $100. You better believe you should be asking for 20 shares of AMC for every ape that you give up. So now you do 20 times 1,000, you have 20,000 AMC shares, or 20 times, is it? You get 1,000 ape.
What?
You get one, yeah. So yeah, you'd get 20,000 shares of ape or of AMC. That's just how that would go. But then you go through a reverse split, 10-1. And now you would end up with 2,000 shares. So again, you'd think that number's magical and, oh my God, I'm going to have 20,000.
I don't know if
going to go back and it's going to be,
it's like you can't follow people like that. They're like
10-1 split.
It's
Now,
10 AMC
convert to AMC so that he can.
What is that? Time
I hope
1,000
people are
times.
following me,
Like
I've said this a lot of times.
you can't fucking like.
This is just
no. You're full of shit. You're
if you have
a fucking idiot.
Worth of
like
ape, you're going to be receiving $50,000 worth of AMC.
You're just fucking talking.
That's all there is to it. There was
you're just saying words
from Korea. I think it was a Korean guy that came in.
His last name's Nguyen.
Yeah, Nguyen.
Some Chinaman took them from me in Korea.
Nguyen.
Nguyen. His name is Wen. His last name is Wen. It's spelled Nguyen.
Nguyen.
Yeah, Nguyen. Okay, but anyways,
that might explain some things.
50, he goes, "You're making this way too hard. If you get 50,000 ape, you get $50,000 worth of AMC. So if you have $50,000 worth of ape, you get $50,000 worth of AMC. That's just the way it goes. If you have $4,000 worth of ape, you don't suddenly have, a 1-to-1 and you get like an extra $20,000 because they robbed the AMC people. You know what I'm saying? Because your ape right now is lower. You don't get, you have a $2 share of ape. You wouldn't get like $1 from AMC and they lose $1 and you gain $1. Like, why the fuck would they do that to the AMC shareholder? No, it's a dollar for dollar exchange, 1-for-1. So that's all there is to it. This could run to astronomical highs, and they're going to have the shares to back up this process. That's why the shares.
I would think that the hedgies would back better people than these,
split and not have all these other shares follow.
I mean, maybe it's just like
you shares.
Dude, you're
They
not
are
you're falling asleep, are you? Because I do need to talk to you.
the ones that
I'm like coughing and I'm losing my.
I need to talk to you.
They are the ones that are.
About what? Drugs? Are we doing drugs together?
We're gonna do.
But
we're gonna FaceTime and do drugs together.
I can't.
I'll watch some degenerates. I have no idea who the fuck
Okay.
you are. You guys are just doing your own fucking thing. I have no association with these people.
I mean, and I don't even know, like,
urgent.
How much would?
I have a question that
Okay, I guess.
Okay, then shoot me.
We're talking about that. We're talking about money. We're talking about ape stuff.
Good night, everyone.
And
I will
greed.
talk to you tomorrow. I'm trying to go to bed, but Vonnie won't let me.
Wow.
Love you.
Why are they closing it
Bye.
down? Are they really closing this? Is this really the end? At 11:07. Wow, that's lame as fuck. That's like super lame. That's why I want to have a persistent FUD radio space. I mean, I don't know why that can't be done. I could do it right now, except you have to do it on your phone. But I mean, one of you guys could do it. There probably are. There probably already is. I know there used to be some, whatever you want to call it, bear AMC bases, but bear's probably the best term to use, I guess. But I mean, I couldn't care less either way. It just happens to be a piece of shit. How much would they like? I mean, I guess okay. If Ken Griffin was like, I want to do some outreach to some of these social media influencers, get a sense of where they are, that kind of thing. And there are so many market participants shorting AMC and a lot of things, everything, many things that it. I don't know. I mean, do they still think that it's mostly like Citadel? I don't know if that's what they still think mostly, but anyway. Shit. Well, look, I already got AMC in there. Really, 5 days? 5 days. 5 days ago. I just saw, didn't we just see him on something last night? Or maybe that was just a clip. Maybe it was that. Maybe it was on Morant's. Oh my God. I'm gonna regret this. Well, I don't think there's any evidence for that, Ape Nation. That sounds like that seems rather conspiratorial.
Everyone's having a good week.
Which, that doesn't mean it's not true, but where's the evidence? Like, you can't just say something like that and have nothing to back it up and expect people to believe it. That's the problem.
Calm down. We're okay.
Like, I mean, you know, you might be right. You could be very well be right. But I don't believe, I'm sorry, you know, like anybody can come and say anything, and you have to filter out information. So that's why, you know, and you have to have some proof, have something besides, you know,
Too low. Let me move it forward a little bit. Is that a little better?
just a statement.
Still low, still low. A little better. Hopefully it's a little better here.
I mean, anything is possible. If anything is possible, then it's possible that you're wrong. So that has an equal weighting here in this scenario, right? Anything's possible. Okay. So what you're saying could be true. What you're saying could not be true. The opposite could be true. You could be completely wrong.
Talking about ape, because I know a lot of people here.
You could be more wrong than you know.
And I'm not gonna lie, I'm one of them. I'm not gonna.
Or you know, it could be nothing.
I'm super impressed with what.
If I had to put my money on anything, it would be that.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Merry Christmas.
This is like.
Barney, you never missed one of my.
Like most of this stuff is nothing. They're talking about nothing. This is and it's not Seinfeld. It's not entertaining in the same way. It is entertaining though, but it's also
I want everyone to kind of relax on this.
it's also like
a lot of people are going ballistic at this.
I don't know if I would say sad, but
it's kind of expected. So first, let's talk. I mean, obviously, I'm sure everybody knows by now. I'm not going to go ahead and get into this.
It is annoying.
Press release, super hardcore.
How it is annoying.
By now, they've raised
100% annoying
on Ape, and they sold it was like I don't remember the average. It was like 130 or something.
I mean, have worse audio here.
One of the things I saw that they did with this is they, paid down some more debt, but it was at a 61% discount, which that's super nice. And that's something I do want to get into here in a second because
where is this fucking guy from anyway? Like New Jersey or
is they got like $5 billion in debt. They got $5 billion in debt and they'll never be able to raise that much money, blah blah blah. First of all, if you guys haven't noticed, any
Minnesota,
Aron has ever paid down any kind of debt, it's always at a discounted price. And this is one of the reasons why I'm the most frustrated with Adam Aron.
This is
right now, which we'll get into in a minute.
I don't know anything about who this person is.
A lot of these firms and a lot of these companies are they're losing money.
I get where I get him.
A lot of their.
I see where you're coming from.
How there hasn't been any kind of margin calls
because
of any sort, even on a small firm, anything
a lot
where it's like you have to somebody has to be helping these guys out to what, like I said,
using
even
like
small firms, none of these people are getting
subjective kind of
dismantled right now, where you have to just kind of raise an eyebrow. But
point.
With this ape here,
as
I know
a
a lot
part
of
this
people
argument,
are super mad about it, and yes, he should have raised more capital. And back to what I was saying here is,
I get that.
When all these guys are burning, you can get these kind of
doing.
super discounts. So right now, one of the things I'm most upset with Adam Aron is, I feel like he hasn't utilized the movement.
This is
and
much more.
He, I don't feel, has realized the power and the backing that this movement.
This is much more of an objective type of thing.
Has, and it sucks because. I feel like, yes, he's given us good tools, and we're going to get into
invalid.
it. I'm not gonna say everything about Adam Aron right now is complete trash, but this does upset me, and that's the thing. We're allowed to be upset. People sit there and act like, oh, God, you can't say anything bad about
not
Adam
because
Aron.
it's not true.
Anything bad about his
or it is not because it's true or not true.
If somebody does something that you don't think is a good move, go ahead and
look. Bigham's is doing it right there.
That's the thing. Like, you're allowed to disagree, people, with the CEO and still back the company. You don't have to agree with 100% of moves that they make. Now, back to this. A lot of people are super upset, and they go, okay, well, we just wasted all this ape. Well, I want you guys to understand what really happened. He used about 3 whole percent. 3 whole percent
Here we go.
of war chest. And I know a lot of people are sitting there going, well, we don't want them to use all of that. Obviously, I know we don't want them to use all of that. Now, one of the things I want to talk about real quick before we keep going is the stupid FUD that never seems to stop. For some fucking reason, it never dies.
Do they still say the fundamentals don't matter? Does he still say that?
all this voting power and then they're going to convert it and we're fucked. Well, first of all, if I short a stock, I don't have voting power on my short position. So first of all, I need to buy another one just to cover the short position that I would owe out. And then I would need to buy another one to get the voting power. So the amount of ape they would need to buy compared to what we already own, and then to cover their short positions on top of it. Well, now if they're covering their short positions to be able to get those voting powers, ape's price is going up.
Okay, but
they instantly had to get another one to.
What is the short position
well,
right now?
Another one to get the voting power.
I mean,
technically,
without
hedging for that
adding,
point.
You know,
So
your fake synthetic bullshit,
oh,
which is unsubstantiated and invalid for the purpose of this fucking argument.
Tweet the other day, I don't even.
What is the short position?
Oh my God,
and
now
would it be a fucking problem?
We're fucking screwed.
Like, seriously.
Yeah, I'm sure we would be, but
this shit is so fucking elementary.
Now,
it's ridiculous.
The thing is,
these
the way
these
we
guys are
Adam
fucking
Aron to
clowns.
use
I mean, this is embarrassing,
and it's upsetting the shit out of me.
As fuck.
Because he should have released it right away. Made extra money, and it's like the way I'm looking at it, it's like, God damn it, I hope he, like I said, he has 3% of what he just used, so it's really not that big of a deal. And in the end of the day, he can do a reverse stock split, which I've said since the beginning. Now what he can do is issue ape, do a reverse split, and here's the funny thing that makes me fucking crack. Here's all these idiot GME guys, these shills.
Makes me smoke crack.
A reverse split? Okay.
He said.
The downside of a reverse split is it makes you guys look weak for a second. It might, push away some investors. Most people do it to, get back above requirements or make their investment look a little, more attractive. Try and get that stock back to where people will try and buy it again. With ape, he can go ahead. He raised 162 million. He can go ahead and do a reverse split. And actually, tomorrow he can have less ape out there than we had since the original launch date, and still have instantly raised 162 million. So it's not the end of the world. It's not this big of a deal that all of these people are gonna sit here and oh my God, it's the fucking end of it. See, he just fucked us. No, I mean, he didn't even use anything that he has. He barely used anything, and on top of that, he paid down a small amount of debt. And
he's
he bought
such a
theater.
fucking clown. All right.
From everything that I've heard, it's in Boston. Ape. By itself. There's no...
Behold, ape. This is what's going to fucking kill them. You're not going to be able to cover their position.
Be a very high-performing theater. I don't know too much about the Boston area, but I've watched The Mandalorian. He lives up there. He was talking with Tony DeNaro about it. I was watching that the other day, and he's telling me about the area. So, I mean, this is a good theater, and this is what he needs to do. And this is the thing.
I don't know how current
right now, his main focus is 100% on gaining, making...
Oh my God, it went up 170%.
100% tell. That is what he's trying to do. He's closing down theaters
excluding any
that are underperforming, and that's what you need to do.
Make-believe, fucking synthetic,
just
short...
because you have the most theaters,
whatever.
Doesn't mean it's a good thing. That means you might also have a lot of shitty ones, which is what they ended up doing. So, them closing down theaters, buying, better performing theaters, this is all good things for AMC. Paying down debt at a discounted rate.
There's the fundamentals.
Capital, pay down debt. You don't need to raise
all
$5
good
billion.
Things.
If you pay it off super early, and all of these people need money like they do now, you will continuously get a discounted rate. Now, like I said, if he does a split tomorrow,
is that true?
Guess what? There's less ape out there, and he raised 160
Model 3
million,
dude may know stuff like that. Is that true? I don't know.
In the blink of an eye,
I'm not going to trust him on it.
Which helps all of our investment. And that's
there's another one.
Ape. And this is why I've been telling everybody.
This is
basic
to buy, shit.
I can't say that.
Like, he's not
this is
showing
why I've been
any
telling everybody. It is so important.
He's looking at the goddamn press release.
To go up. Because no matter what, yes, it will be diluted. It doesn't matter. The value that is lost in the dilution of ape will be regained in the value of AMC because that improves their fundamentals.
Improves their fundamentals.
In cash. We had all of these shills, Matt Kohrs, all these idiots. Oh my God, they talked people off of buying this so hard. And like I said, I can see it. The ape buying, it's not people aren't buying Ape, they're still buying AMC, and I'm not going to sit there and tell anyone either one is a bad investment. But the tool that is there, and I'm not going to sit there and say, you know, fuck. I mean, like I said, this headline does piss me off. That's what you raised. Like I said, I'm with every one of you that is pissed off about this, that he didn't do it earlier. I don't understand. I really don't. Like I said, it's not the end of the world. It's not this bad thing. It's not this thing where everyone's going to sit there and go, oh my God, so he's fucking destroy you. He's fucked the movement. It doesn't do anything. He used 3% to buy a theater. He did it to buy a theater and to pay down some debt. Granted, yes, I wish he would have not done it when he did. What the fuck was he thinking? Like I said, I don't get it. I don't know what he's thinking half the time.
That's the first clue right there, kid. Like,
like I said, he's trying to do, you got to look at it this way. In 2023 for AMC, got popcorn.
You got popcorn. Oh, good. That is the top item on that list. Wow.
Probably about 80%
good job.
Profit. So this is a good way for them to make revenue. You now got credit cards.
Credit cards, okay.
This is a massive form of revenue. Look at.
Is it?
Where is it? God damn it! I knew I was gonna move it.
Oh my God! Look at all those tabs. Holy shit! Oh my God!
Hold on. I knew I was gonna lose.
What?
You son of a bitch!
This guy's a joker.
All right. My buddy. Oh, of course, there it is right there. I'm just
credit card companies. Okay.
Credit card companies in 2020 hauled in $176 billion. Aron's going to be getting in on that pie right now.
He is?
That seems like a pretty dang lucrative business right there to me. So
yeah, they're going to get 180 billion.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why I don't have dark mode on right now. Sorry. Boom. There you go. All right. He had one job. My bad. So, I mean, he's going to have massive revenues. On top of that, you have streaming companies and Disney, Netflix. They're going to start releasing more movies in AMC. On top of that, this is another thing that's going to be happening in 2023. You're going to see a lot more of these AMC IMAXs coming up in Saudi Arabia, and that is a very, very lucrative business. It actually was in the top 10, as you can see per screen on the IMAX, and each screen brought in over $1 million annually. Like I said, that AMC has a lot of positive things coming down the line.
IMAX Corp and Saudi Cinema Company operating as AMC Cinemas. IMAX is a separate company, right?
And that is what he's focusing on. And I know we all want him to start bringing...
I'm just curious, guys.
AMC
I don't know.
has a lot of positive things coming down the line that will start bringing them into cash flow positive. And that is what he's focusing on. And I know we all want him to sit there and do a massive thing, pay down this debt all at once. And I do too. I fucking want him to too. It drives me nuts that, like I said, I don't feel like he uses the movement as much as he should. I guarantee we could raise capital if he would give us the... I mean, he says Ape's the tool, but obviously was able to be attacked, which it was, and
use the movement.
That's right out the gate. If we don't keep that pressure, if people don't keep that pressure and retail doesn't keep that pressure on Ape, they're going to destroy it because AMC is no longer a threat. Ape is the biggest threat to hedge funds, which is why they put a mass smear campaign out against Ape. They needed it to fail. They need Ape to fail because if Ape succeeds, that means AMC succeeds. I'm going to say that one more time. If Ape succeeds, that means AMC succeeds. And again, every time he issues Ape, he can go ahead and redo a reverse stock split. And the difference between this and a normal company is you still have the movement behind you, so that base, that the unattractiveness that they say that comes along with the reverse split, it's not going to be there because you're still going to have the same supporting people behind you. You're still going to have the movement behind you. This is not a normal stock circumstance. So for everyone that tries to do anything or say anything bad about this, ridiculous. Like I said, You can sit there and like the hedge funds do. They can create money out of thin air. So everybody worrying about AMC, just relax. They have a lot of things coming that will start making them money when Aron needs to start issuing more APE. Like I said, he gave out 3 whole percent. 3 whole percent. And he can reverse stock split tomorrow and then basically have given out none of that. So, like I said, guys, just breathe. I know it's frustrating as fuck. I'm right there with you. Like I said, why the hell didn't he do this at $4 or $5? If you were going to do this, why didn't you do it before? Stupidity. But back to this, as you guys can see, they end up planning on opening 50 locations in Saudi Arabia with 7. They're going to open up 50 cinemas, 500 screens. So this is going to be, like I said, a very nice place for these guys. This is going to be another income source coming that they don't currently have. So, like I said, guys, just relax on this. I know it's frustrating as fuck. I told you guys in the timeline. Well, we're right here. You're in the liquidation period. Sorry, and it's the shittiest thing in the world, dude. It sucks ass. Nobody wants to fucking deal with this. Markets go through this all the time. It's a bear market, and they are going to keep selling and knocking stuff down, playing it down, bleeding out the system. This was one of their last resorts, pretty much, is what I was talking about. When it comes down to this, what's their goal as the CBDCs? They're going to bleed out the economy. They're going to bleed us all out as much as they possibly can, and then they're going to come in and do what they always do. They're going to try and play hero, and they're going to hit us with the stimulus, but it'll be a fucking CBDC stimulus. So for everybody going, I'm going to take this stimulus and put it in the stock market, no. What you're going to do is whatever the fuck they want you to do, because they can program it. So what you're going to do with this stimulus is spend it where they need you to spend it, which is going to end up being on, like, you know, home loans, car loans, because they cannot afford people to keep defaulting. So what they'll do is they'll make it look like, hey, we're helping you guys out with your loans. CBDC stimulus, here we go. We got to get it going. It's a great test for the digital dollar as well. We'll just go ahead and do a little pilot test with it. Boom. This is their plan to fucking crunch everybody. But the problem by doing this millionaires own 89% of all individually held stocks. Okay. $89% is being held by these guys. They got 89%. If you look across the board, you're seeing stocks down, what, 50, 90? Blue chips are just destroyed. I mean, look across the board.
I'm proud of this one.
Bleeding. And this is why it sucks. Because
I didn't have to work that hard for it,
I told you guys, it was going to get worse. It was going to keep getting worse. And it's going to keep getting worse. We haven't even seen it yet, guys. We haven't even seen it yet. Trust me. There's a lot more blood to come. The market will bleed and bleed.
Oh, yes, there is. Oh, there's a lot of apes left still.
Fun hasn't even started yet.
There's a lot of blood coming.
They own 89% of this. The entire market is down, like I said, 50 to 90% left and right. That means they're getting fucked. I know
they are.
Like I said, I know people, and this is what sucks, is I know people sat there, and like I said last time, people went in there, they put their life savings in. They were sold a fairy tale.
Why'd they do that? Who sold them that?
Fairy tale. And I'm not
sold them that.
As a fairy tale. What I'm saying is they told you, hey, this will squeeze within 3 months. That's the fairy tale. Hey, look it. This has 21% short interest, so it'll squeeze within 3 months. It'll squeeze within 1 week. It'll Moass real soon, no matter what. They were saying that forever. And instantly, what's everybody do? Well, God, yeah, they're right. It's 21%.
That's a fucking cult right there. It's like we got ourselves a cult leader. He's talking about other grifters.
in the beginning look smart as fuck. Why? Because it's a bull market. Everybody looks smart in a bull market. I can go ahead and then pump shit up. I can go ahead and say a couple stocks, watch them pump up a fucking dollar or two, and then sell on you guys before I even said anything like all these guys were doing. And then what do they tell you? Hey, here's the grift. Easy as fuck. This is all the YouTube grift. And every YouTuber you watch. This is it. Find a stock with high short interest. Oh, man. Look at this stock.
Yeah, literally the dumbest strategy ever.
It's got high short interest.
The least effective strategy of the modern era.
If we all just pile on, pump and dump. If we all just go ahead and pile on, ask Mr. Zach Morris and friends. You know what's funny? When I first got into this movement, way back in the day, I used to listen to that Zach Morris guy, and it kind of cracked me up because I would sit there and watch him pick out stocks. Everyone would go out, and he would already, by the time fucking everybody bought it, would already have up on his Discord and stuff how he already sold and got all this stuff, and he wouldn't even tell anybody. And then everybody would hold, and that's the thing. And what do you know? It was $100 million fucking pump and dump. And that's what all of these YouTubers do. You find something with the high short, low float, and then you get your people to buy. But at that point, you've already bought. You've already bought the stock. You get them all to buy. It goes up a buck or two. What happens? Other people's sentiment comes up. Other people jump on real quick for a quick buck. And what they don't do is teach you the difference between being a trader and being an investor. Now, here's the thing. Here's how they get you. They're a trader while you're an investor. Because what do? They say the same thing to you. You guys, there's a short squeeze potential here. Okay? Super short squeeze potential. So what's that make you do? You buy and you hold, right? You buy and you hold because you think a short squeeze is coming. So that makes you an investor. Why? Because you're going to hold out until the fucking squeeze comes. Well, guess what your tuber did? He's a trader. He let all you fuckers jump on in and become the investors, aka the bag holders. And the people that made money with them were the people that right away he said, I'm going to get these. These guys jumped in and then they jumped out right away. They jumped out when the stock went up a buck or two. But they don't tell you guys that. They tell you that, oh my God, the short squeeze. There's short squeeze potential. Look at this shit. Just hold. Hold. Become an investor. Now you're going to be down because we're in a bear market. So you're instantly going to go down. And now you have to hold because you don't want to take the loss. You see what I'm saying? It's the simplest same shit ever. This is why I don't watch fucking YouTubers or watch any of these guys. Oh man, watch me do my trade options. Okay. Now back to anything fucking important here other than the tubers. Now, like I said, these guys are over here getting fucked. If they own 89% of the market and the entire market is blood red. Right now, I truly don't understand how, like I said, how has there not been a margin call anywhere on anyone, on a small firm? How have you not seen any of these? Not even the little guys, nobody. They're all playing the downside perfectly. Good one. Like I said, man, there's hand jobbers going on in the background. And until one of them stops, until one of them, starts getting carpal tunnel, we got to just chill for a second. But put this back on before I have to sit there and stare at this white anymore. But the thing is, these guys take billions of dollars. And they act like me and you when we have $1. They act like it's pennies. They don't even understand what it's like to go to a grocery store because they don't care. A $200, $300 tab to them it's literally nothing. And we're going to get into the revolution type stuff in a minute here, in a little bit. But this is literally getting to the point of stupidity with the government, the banking system, all this stuff. I'm going to get into more on what we can do here in a little bit as well. But at some point, A revolution of some type more than this needs to happen. I'm not saying march the streets. I'm not saying, but I mean, you guys, the type of crimes that are being committed are billions of dollars. It's millions of people's entire retirement. It's their life savings. It's literally years of their life they will never get back. It's time with their family that they have to spend working overtime that just got stolen. Continuously, we see this before we get into this. You continuously see this. Wells Fargo agrees to pay $7.5 billion settlement. What? Because they abused tied to checkings account, mortgages, auto loans. Wells Fargo agrees to pay $3.7 billion. How much did they make doing all this shit? This is my point. You have these banks, and all they do, this is the senators. Wells Fargo has repeatedly broken the law and ripped off its customers. We need to break up Wells Fargo. Hey, bitch. Let's look at the banks. Number of records of violations. Bank of America has broken the law 271 times. Bank of America has committed 271 felony crimes. Bank of America has committed 271 felony crimes, and no one gives a fuck. JP Morgan Chase has committed 223 felony crimes, and no one cares. Citigroup, 159 felonies. Here's Wells Fargo. 229 felony crimes committed by Wells Fargo. And how do they all end? They all end this way. An acceptance, waiver, and consent. This right here needs to be abolished. And I'm going to say this every time. If you want fair law in the United States, if you want these people to be prosecuted, this needs to be abolished. This right here makes it so they can stay away from federal court, all of that. And they get to go into their own court system with FINRA. And by doing this, they never admit guilt to crimes. They just pay a fucking penalty. They just pay a bribe. And by doing this, they can no longer be prosecuted again for the same crime. Like I said, the banks, something needs to happen with these banks. We need to do a bank run. People need to start leaving these fucking ISDA banks. You have to do it. I don't care if you have $6. I don't care if you have $10. I don't care if you have 55 cents. We need to get the fuck out of these ISDA banks. I'm telling you guys. You have to get out of these. If you have a credit card with these guys, you have got to get the fuck out of it. Pay it down any way you can and just get the fuck out of this. Look at this number. Total penalties. Look at this number. 7,165 felony crimes were committed. That's fucking insane. But like I said, it's all going to be coming to an end right now because you're going to start, they've taken way too fucking much and there's nothing that can happen but a crash everywhere. What happens when lenders go bankrupt? What happens when the people that are lending money, the people you go to borrow money, are broke? Because that's what's fucking happening. Could this be one trigger since 2008? A massive surge. Nobody can afford a fucking house. Nobody can. Nobody can sit here and take these averages with the salary we make and then watch these rates go up and up and up. They're down 50% with new mortgages. You've already seen banks and all of these people continuously fire people, continuously lay off entire units. Like I said, they cannot sit there and put this off forever. They're trying to squeeze everybody out. We'll get into the Japan bonds here in a second. Bonds, the entire bond market is fucked. We're going to get into that in a second. But like I said, the real estate bubble is coming, and it's coming fucking hard. Like I said, last time I went over on the retail or the realtor site with you guys, we were watching houses going down by 26 grand. That's a pretty damn big drop. Car repossessions are on the rise. Car repossessions are happening harder than you guys have seen. It's coming back, you guys. Nobody can afford even vehicles. And this is my point. They're trying to squeeze everybody out. They're forcing a recession. These guys have stolen everything. Everything. They've literally stolen everything. They said that if you guys look at the numbers on how many people had to move back in with their families, it is ridiculous. You now, for the first time, have more single people living together. You have more single family households than you have households with families. Shit's getting crazy. It really is. There's no way that this is sustainable. There's no fucking way. If you guys look down here, I want you guys to see something here. The average monthly payment for a new car bought last month is about $762. The average monthly payment for a new car bought last month is now $762 a month. A month. What the fuck? Now, go ahead and look at what the average house month is. A month is. It was like $2,300. So, just for owning a car and a house, not counting insurance, utility, all that, just to have the house and the car alone, you're talking $3,062 a month. That's not to insure them. It's not getting food. Like I said, that's not heat, internet, cable, whatever else you want to do. Water, gas, none of that. They're trying to shake the world out, and they're going to keep doing it. And in the meantime, while all of us are sitting here paying fucking taxes, what do you know? These 19 Fortune 100 companies paid next to nothing or nothing at all in 2021. Let's check this out. AT&T pays no federal income taxes. None. But they earned $29.6 billion. And they didn't pay a single thing of federal income tax. But they got a tax refund of $1.2 billion. So they made $29 billion in earnings, and then they got $1.2 billion back from a refund and paid nothing in there. Nothing. Charter will pay no income tax despite $6 billion in earnings. They just get 12 extra million for a refund. No federal income for AIG, $10 billion. Then they get a $216 million refund. See what I'm saying? Joke. And then you look at these. These are Fortune 100 companies with less than 10%. Amazon 6, Exxon 2.8. Look at GM 0.2. Like I said, they sit there and they tax you on your earnings. They tax you on your goods. They tax you on your food after they've already taxed your earnings. They tax you on your property. They tax you on top of taxing you. Meanwhile, the people who are making billions of dollars really don't pay anything. Or they literally don't pay anything. 2020, listen to this. This is when it gets real fun. 2020, the tax avoiding companies They enjoyed almost $40.5 billion in pre-taxed income in 2020, right? The 55 corporations should have paid $8.5 billion. Instead, they paid zero, and they received $3.5 billion in tax rebates. So they avoided 8.5, they got 3.5 billion, and that accounts to $12 billion. $12 billion. What could that do for schools and the roads? You know what's funny? This last election, they had to call in Facebook. And they had to call in all of these billionaires to help fund the election. Think of what I just said. Let me say that one more time. The United States government had to call up Facebook and other billionaires like Ken Griffin and other people like that and say, hey, we don't have enough money in the States to fund the polls. We don't have enough money to pay the people to sit down and fucking work the polls and get the booths out and buy the stuff for all that. They didn't have enough money for that. Think of how fucked up that is. They had to borrow it from them. Like I said, man, this stuff is just... I mean, look at this. This is literally ridiculous. Mark Zuckerberg, he saves the election. He saves it. He's a fucking national hero. Where the fuck did that just go? Oh, sorry. So, they didn't have enough money for the elections. And they had to call up fucking Mark Zuckerberg. Hey, we need $350 million in cash. We don't have enough money. The fuck? We don't have enough money. Guess where they could have got that money? The $12 fucking billion they should have took from the from these fucking companies, dude. That $12 billion could have funded it all. But instead they have to borrow from fucking Mark Zuckerberg $315 million. So now they owe that fucker a favor. See what I'm saying? Now the government owes him a favor. Think how fucked up that is. I mean, it's literally mind-blowing. Oh my god, man. Like I said, this stuff is unbelievable. And they sit there. And like I said, what is the difference between the British doing taxation without representation now? And now. They're taxing us like crazy. They're getting bribed. They're literally called the thing an acceptance, waiver, and consent. I can legally commit crime, never admit doing it, pay you a penalty fine to commit a felony of $1 billion fucking theft plus. All I need to do is sign an acceptance, waiver, and consent made by FINRA. And it's no biggie. So what we all need to do is everybody needs... I'm going to start a GoFundMe. And it's been called the Ape Hedge Fund. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to figure out a way to come up with a scheme to steal all their money. But we're going to do it by the billions. And then we're just going to pay FINRA off. And then we'll have our fucking squeeze. And it'll be legal. Like, what do you mean? You guys do it to us every day. Like I said, think how fucking ridiculous this is. Without admitting any wrongdoing. This is literally in there. Without saying I did anything. Oh, I'll do fine. It's okay. Don't look into it. Oh my god. See, and this is the thing. This is the problem with the march. I'm going to talk about the 8 March for a second. Because, oh my god. I've gotten so many freaking requests for this 8 March. I've gotten so many requests for, well, man, you just clearly don't care. All you care about is the YouTube checks. Yeah, I know. That's why I didn't do a fucking video in like 9 days, because I rushed on because I cared about him so much. So many people I had DMing me saying the same thing from this movement. If you don't understand the difference between the OTC market, the dark market, and what a dark pool is, I don't understand what... Dude, you cannot march. You cannot fucking march with signs talking about dark pools. You have no clue how wrong that is. Retail's orders don't go through dark pools. I'm going to say it 5,000 times. Retail's orders never go through a single dark pool ever. They don't fucking need to. They don't need to. They go to what is called the OTC market. It's internalizers. It's the CNS program. It's the stock borrow program. It's ISDA. It's family office. It's market to market maker. There is so many different ATS systems. I mean, I can continuously find different things. I've shown you guys there's 15 different venues they can go in the OTC market that are not dark pools. Dark pools are literally a piece of the market that is, yes, it's in the dark market, but retail's not going there. They're going to what is called internalizers and ATSs, and the biggest fucking theft in the world. It is called the CNS program. All of this is done to payment for order flow, but this is some great things that are happening. Dave Lauer has been talking and preaching about 605 for a long time. This is going to be done with the auctions. This is going to be a lot more transparency in the market. This is going to deal with 605 reporting for brokers and a lot uptick rules, a lot of other things. I didn't finish the entire proposal. It was like 400 pages or something. It was long as fuck. I'm gonna keep going through it, but this proposal does a lot of great things, and it's gonna completely fuck up Citadel. It's gonna completely fuck up Virtue. It's gonna fuck these guys up. I want you guys to look at this thing real quick here. So it talks about the profit margins, and it talks about payment for order flow and the expenses. And you had Ken Griffin sit there and go, "Oh man, payment for order flow is an expense for us. I would just love it if payment for order flow wasn't around." Okay, well, this actually shows that they earn 44% profit off of those orders that they use doing the payment for order flow. Well, no, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Two large sources in terms of volume earn 44% and 41% profit margins. How the fuck does that make sense? They do not make 40. Hold on, I'm reading this wrong. Oh, total revenue. I'm sorry, that's total revenue. That's expenses divided by revenue times 100. Okay, never mind. That makes sense. Okay, yeah, I was looking at it wrong. Sorry, I was doing it wrong. But still, 41%. So they're clearly making a shit ton of money off of this. And if you look over here, it talks about payment for order flow. $235 million in Q1. Went to 4 firms. 4 firms. 93.8%. So there's 4 brokers that are completely dominating payment for order flow. And this is why we keep telling you guys, get the fuck out of those fucking platforms. Still got fuckers using Webull, for Christ's sake. It's crazy. But these rules with the auction are going to fuck up Citadel. They will literally fuck up their entire operation. I don't know what Citadel's gonna... I don't know what these market makers are gonna do. They're gonna end up having to become either... They're gonna have to be bidding in these auctions and just completely dominate the auction is the only thing I can see them doing. But if they're sitting there, well, yeah, that's probably what they're going to do, to be honest with you. They'll probably just dominate the fucking auctions. But, I mean, at the same time, maybe not. Because if they don't have all the orders routed to them, this shit's 605. I'm going to look way more into this 605. But like I said, it was like fucking 5,000 freaking goddamn pages. Oh, this is the upcoming meeting. Where's the stupid, Here you go. So I'm going to go ahead and post this quick just in case you guys don't have Twitter. I know a lot of people don't have Twitter. Go ahead and look at these real quick. these rules were, this was passed. It's currently in the comment section right now. It's got 60 to 90 days, I believe, or 30 to 60. Can't remember right now. I think so. I sent all three, right? Uptick. Yeah. So these are the new rules that they're doing as well. Other than 605, we want all of these to pass. I do want to say something about Dave Lauer. You guys continuously, I know a lot of people were insanely pissed off about his space call there because he didn't ask Gary Gensler the questions we all want him to ask, and you know, eventually that stuff he will probably get to. I'm sure this isn't going to be the only interview that he does with Gensler. They talk to Gensler. They're actually, you know, showing them and giving retail a voice. And this is why I want everyone to sit there and back Dave Lauer as much as you can. This company, this We the Investor, they're doing so much to try and help us and try and actually give us. There's nobody that has a voice for us. We don't sit there and, yeah, they read our comments on the website, but big deal. They have fuckers lobbying, paying all this money. They get meetings with the SEC, and Dave Lauer and these guys of We the Investor, they're actually doing the same thing, and they're getting our perspective and our say on it, and he's helping with a lot of rules. Dave Lauer has been at this forever, so anybody that sits there and questions Dave Lauer, to me, you're literally crazy. I mean, literally, this dude has been fighting this for like 20 years. This dude has been doing this forever. I don't think anybody knows more about the corruption than Dave Lauer, to be honest with you. Like I said, people that attack this guy blow my mind, dude. But these new rules with 605, like I said, these are going to be very big rules. One of the things, let's see if it talks about more, like I said, more transparency on executions. This is actually going to be a very nice rule here. This is going to show us on 605 reports exactly what type of orders that they're doing. Odd lot numbers. What was the other things? There's a whole bunch of stuff, but there's going to be so much more transparency coming in with these rules. Oh, it's 472. Here it is. Here it is. I was like, I just didn't read it all yet. I didn't have time. I've been trying to get my family. They're getting in town and stuff, so I've been doing all this stuff for Christmas. I haven't had enough time to, but everybody, please read this proposal. This has everything that I'm going over. Like I said, it's 472 pages. I know it's long as fuck, but this is rules are nothing if they're not forced, but that's the thing. It's complete market restructure type things. They're going to be completely doing, basically getting rid of payment for order flow. One of the things it talks about in here is how this will get rid of payment for order flow. Where is it? I thought I had it pulled up here. I must have exited it. Is it here? No. I'll have to find it. I can't remember. Dave has so many goddamn things up on this one. But he's been insanely excited about 605 and all of these rules. But like I said, they're complete market structure rules. They're going to completely redo them all. But I'm sure they'll find their fuckery, like you said. But let's go back over to FTX here a little bit. Because we kind of went around this guy for now. So as y'all, I don't know if you guys have seen, but big old Sammy's on his way home. Sammy's coming home. Where the hell? Maxine's, she's licking her lips. She gets to get a little cuckling in soon. Her little Sammy boy's on his way. Look at him. There he is, the man of the hour, Big Samuel. Now, that space call was pretty interesting. That space call, somebody asked Sam, they go, hey, with these, you know, these securitized tokens, you know, what, were they backed 1-to-1? And he said, and I quote, as far as I know, they were. But he's not the best guy to know that, and he'll have to get back to us. But he said, as far as I know, these tokenized securities are backed 1-to-1. So, apparently, according to him, they do have one share of AMC backing these. Yeah, that space call was nuts, man. That dude was just... That space call got me excited. Because when this little guy gets in front of a jury, and when this guy's on TV, and this trial goes crazy, this little guy's gonna be a blabber. This dude was telling us shit like, you're like, whoa, dude. Like, this guy's gonna be talking, and it's gonna be nice. This dude will be talking a whole bunch. And the first thing I would say is, hey, you know, this guy from Citadel came on over. He showed me about the securitized tokens and all these derivatives contracts and total return swaps, because that's how Citadel also fucks around with bullshit. And what do you know? This little guy could be a nice little, he might let some skeletons out. Let's just say that. I'm pretty excited to see this court hearing. I don't know if you guys looked, but it was actually pretty funny, because now they're actually asking charities, politicians to start, you know, giving some of that money back. They said that some of the Democrats brought it back. I didn't read the Republican side or whatever. But this shit's just hilarious. They're now coming back trying to say, hey, this is what's funny. They took this kid and they tried to make this kid like a sympathetic figure, and it didn't work. People are too smart nowadays. People have too much stuff, too much access to information. Too many people digging. They weren't going to be able to pull their little fast ones like Kevin O'Leary. You're obviously a criminal, Kevin O'Leary. You knew what you were doing, you took money, and you're a piece of shit. No one cares about you, dude. Mr. Wonderful, you're a fucking loser. Next, what do you know? Another crooked businessman, Mr. Wonderful. Douchebag. All of these guys, like I said, they know what the fuck they're doing. And this is what I'm saying, you guys. At some point, the way you guys need to fight back right now, and I'm serious, this is what you can do right now. Number one, the most important fucking thing, always educate. Like I said, when it comes to this walk, you have all these people talking about the wrong things. All right, if you guys want to know what to say, if you guys want to know what to talk about if you're going to march, I'm not going to stop you. I mean, you have the right to protest. You're Americans. Who the fuck would I ever say to tell anybody not to do something? Who the fuck am I? Do what you guys got to do. But if you guys want to sit there and you're going to protest and you're going to try and bring awareness, then start doing it correctly. Like I said, you want to stop stuff? Number one, acceptance waivers and consents, these got to go. These have got to go. This is your number one thing right there. This should not exist, period. You want to fucking start changing this? Because when this goes away, you should not have regulators, period. It should be run by the fucking either the government, the FBI, the Doge, the government. No, there should be entities behind it, not fucking... I can't stand these fucking bankers, dude. These bankers, like I said, they're the biggest criminals in the world, and nobody cares. They're the biggest terrorists in the world. They're literally the biggest... They have done more damage to the United States than any terrorist organization could even dream of. I mean, and everyone sits here and you know I'm right. They have stolen billions and billions and trillions. They have raised inflation to the point of fucking Dude, I don't even know how... I truly do not understand, other than CBDC's digital dollar, how they can recover at this point. There is so much theft. So much fucking... Everything is ran on credit. Everything is ran on credit. Nobody has real money. Nobody has real cash. Nobody has real assets. It's just unreal. Number one, you want to get rid of fucking acceptance, waiver, and consent. Number two, market maker exemptions should be gone. There should be no such thing as a fucking market maker exemption. There shouldn't be. If you don't own something, you can't sell it. I don't give a fuck. You can't sell it. You cannot sell something you don't own to create liquidity. Market maker. You create liquidity. You create fake value until real can be found. You give out IOUs, When people sell, you buy them back at a lower rate. You also, on the meantime, discount, or you also executed their trades, so you made a profit off of their trade as well. You use internalization, you use ATSs, you use the OTC market to give yourself time. You can use fucking flex options. These guys can use what is called the CNS program. Market maker exemptions need to be gone. Rule 203B -1-2. Fill before locate. There you go. If you guys are going to march, there's your second thing. That needs to fucking go away. 3. We'll do payment for order flow just to keep it simple because, yes, it does need to go away. There should be no reason. I'm not even going to say payment for order flow. The OTC market needs to go the fuck away. Retail. How about this? Let's do it this way. Number 3. Retail should never trade in OTC. Retail's orders should 100% of the time go through fucking lit exchanges. 100% of the time, no matter what. Number 4. I could sit there and I can get into that one. Number 4, we'll go into the fucking regulators. Conflict of interest. Okay, tell me this. Tell me this right now. What in the living fuck, dude? In what world can I go commit 7,165 felonies, but then be the cop? The banks have committed 7,165 felonies, but they're the police, they're the DTCC, they're the regulators, they're in fucking charge. They write the ISDA contracts? What? The fuck? Number 5. Fines. There shouldn't be any fines. It should be jail. Plus, I'm not even going to say fines. There should be jail and loss of ability to trade. In what world can somebody who's done 7,000 violations fucking still trade? Like what? Like, is that... This shit is beyond ridiculous, dude. The criminals are the sheriffs. Okay. I want you guys to understand one thing here quick. Because if this doesn't get you fucking boiling, I just don't understand. Okay. When we talked about the 65 billion with the GameStop report, that was just one of Citadel. We'll get into the bonds here in a minute. But that was just one of Citadel. They have hundreds of subsidiaries, you guys. Hundreds of them. That they go ahead and they hide even more shit in. More FTDs. They have fucking over leveraged. So when they sit there and you saw the 65 billion, there's hundreds of billions just by Citadel who should have been margin called and destroyed. There's hundreds of billions from one company that was taken from you. That one company would have done ripple effects throughout the entire fucking economy. Now, how many other would have been fucking margined right then and there? Your own government admitted to you, Citadel should have been destroyed. They were done. They should have been margined, and the banks just said, no, it's good. Go ahead. Don't worry about it. We'll forgive you. All of that money should have went to you guys. Fucking Japanese, dude. I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. The Japanese bond market, that got halted. I mean, right now, they're literally almost paying 100% just in fucking interest on their debt of everything they make. Every penny they make. They're basically... fucking Japan is done. Their economy is done. That will also send ripple effects. Then, like I said, I cannot believe how many... Look at this shit. Italy, Greece, you have all of these countries, dude. All of these guys are about to start just... Dude, like I said, the United States have fucked everyone up, the entire world, through ISDA. The entire world has been fucked through ISDA. Everyone. This is why they all fucking hate us. This is why Phase 6, when all of these fucking contracts that are no longer grandfathered in, from the 3 to 6 to 9 to 12 mark, what you're going to see is the cost to borrow keep going up and up and up for sure, each one of these. I expect each one of these time periods, you'll finally start to see in AMC a little bit more of a rise, at a smaller... a smaller bottom out. And from here to here, I don't know how they, like I said, in my eyes, I've said this for 2 years. At this point, I don't see how they survive. I don't know how they get past this. You'll have so many fucking contracts that need to be redone. I do not understand how they could possibly get through that. Because they will now need to actually deposit collateral on all of these fucking ones. And as we saw Citadel, even Citadel took out fucking 6. It was those 6 loans 2 days before Phase 6. Because they knew they needed to get them grandfathered in. So right here, this is where I expected us to go back to some good pricing action. Man, like I said, this might be the end of it in my eyes, because I don't know how the fuck they can get past these re-grandfathered, these renewed contracts. I don't know how the fuck they could. I really don't. Of everything I've ever learned, it's all come to me. Like I've been saying, if you follow this channel for fucking years, this has been my time period right here since I can remember. Well, we still get paid? Yeah, right here is when I think we'll get paid. Pretty fucking good, too. Alright, let's do some questions here for a little bit. Anyone in the chat have some questions? And yes, I know, like I said, if you guys want to go over APE again, I mean, I'm not as super happy about any of this shit either, but like I said, it was 3%, and he can do a fucking reverse split and erase all of those shares he gave out and raised $162 million in one day, and have actually lowered the float of APE, so... Want me to expand on Japan a little more? Well, Japan's entire budget's pretty much going to paying interest right now on the debt that they have. They're going to have to keep on, and this is actually what I think is going to happen soon in the United States as well. You're going to keep seeing them raising their percentage rate, and what that's going to do is all of their pension funds and all of their retirements over there, it's going to happen the same exact thing. They're going to have to keep putting up more collateral because what they do is they buy in treasury bonds, and the more the rates go up, the more collateral they need because the bet becomes riskier. Well, what they're doing now is they're not going to be able to rebuy bonds back. Well, I guess I don't really know how they could. And at this point, what the fuck is... I just feel like they're about to default at this point. I don't know how the hell they're paying every single thing they make to interest payments on their debt. I mean, I don't even know what the hell they're gonna do at this point. Like, I don't even know how you fix that. They've literally, like he said, dude, they've lost complete fucking control. Their treasury bonds, their pensions and all of that are about to come crashing down next because of these treasury bonds. There's nothing they can do. Nobody is going... This is basically what's going on in Japan. So if you're in Japan right now, you have no money, okay? So what you're trying to do is you're in Japan, you have no money over here, and you're trying to fucking issue treasury bonds. Nobody's going to buy them because treasury bonds are the way that you raise capital. And what you're doing is you're selling off your debt, basically. People will come over and buy a portion of your debt, and what you're going to do is you're going to pay them an interest rate on as long as they hold that debt or hold that treasury bond. So basically all a treasury bond is the government's debt on a piece of paper, a bond, that you'll hold, and they'll pay you an interest rate to hold. Well, these guys are basically, if the interest rates go up, that means that Japan is trying to make it more attractive. Hey, come buy our bonds because you're going to make more money holding on to them. But the problem is if you look over at Japan and you say, hey, you're never going to be able to pay this debt back. You're never going to be able to pay back these bonds. And you're looking over and saying, hey, you're paying all of this already into interest. Nobody's going to come over and start buying your bonds. Well, now what's going to happen if you're Japan? You can't raise any capital. You're paying 100% of your profits and everything you make into interest just by the people currently holding your debt. It's not like Japan suddenly got all this new, fucking new infrastructures and all these stuff coming up and all these new industries coming in, booming, so they're going to start making this random. No. Japan's fucked. They have no money. They're paying out money, every penny they have to interest, to at the point where it gets a little worse, they're going to default. That's why everybody's betting on them to fucking default. Nobody's buying their bonds. Nobody's giving them debt. No one's buying their debt. They're just fucked. They're at like a stalemate. Like I said, I don't know what the hell's gonna happen over there. It's gonna get real interesting real quick. People need to rise up, dude. Yes, they do. Like I said, man, our forefathers wouldn't have allowed half of this shit. I mean, think of what's came out. Think of the theft that's happened to you guys. The hundreds of billions of dollars that have been stolen from everybody. Here's your fall guy. Wells Fargo. Here's your falls guy. I guess Wells Fargo must not be paying off the government enough. It's Wells Fargo. It's not Bank of America or JP Chase Morgan who've done just as bad. Oh wait, they're even worse. Finger pointing. We're still in the finger pointing and bleeding out stage. Their bonds, our bonds, England's bonds, dude, they're all fucked, bro. They're all in the same exact problem. They're going to keep raising rates. Soon in the United States, what you will see is the feds will go ahead and they'll start buying back treasury bonds in the U.S. because in the United States, you're going to have the same exact problem. They keep raising rates. Phase 6 now, they have collateral. They need to push it down. On top of that, the more the rates go up in the pension funds in the United States, it's the same exact thing. Now they need to deposit more collateral because this is a riskier bet for the United States. The more that they pay out on this, the less chance that they have to pay back that debt because they're paying more out in interest. So other people are now looking at the United States and saying the same thing. Fuck the USA Treasury market. We don't want them. They're not going to ever And the United States even says over and over, we have no plans on paying back the fucking debt because it's to the public and we don't care because they're stealing from you in every aspect of your life. What is 6, 3, 9, and 12? The ISDA contracts that were before Phase 6 was created were grandfathered in. At 3, 6, 9, and 12, those are the marks usually when it comes to contracts, derivative contracts, that the term lengths are. So from 3 months, you're going to see people they have to do new contracts, have to do new deposit on new collateral. 6 months, 9 months, and 12 months. More and more of these contracts will expire, putting on more and more pressure onto each one of these firms. Real estate will get super cheap in Japan, dude. I think everything's about to get super cheap in Japan, dude. Dude, the snowstorm, oh my god, dude. It's pretty bad out there today. We have like 9 or, man, you should see how much snow is in my yard. I have over a foot easily in my yard. It's been insane these last couple days. Ever get a second off, I have to go shovel. Let's see here. Nobody's really asking very many questions. Did you know the live chat with Pantheon? I do a live chat with Pantheon. I love Pantheon. I think it's very smart. Well, no, I think Moass, we're on one of these time periods. Still think the contracts are going to be the game winner for us. Thought that forever. I just feel like I said, man, we're in that liquidation period, and it's never fun, and this is a problem, and you're now starting to see people who have actually been in a liquidation period, have actually been in the stock market for longer than a year or two, actually know what the hell's going on, know how hard it is to go through a bear market and a liquidation phase. Like I said, it's bloody everywhere. It's not just us. And I know everybody sits there and they look at it and they see their stock every day in their account and they think, oh man, it's only me getting... No. Everyone is getting fucked. I can't say play the downside, but this is why I told everyone to educate yourself on how you can make money. I've posted a couple times, like I said in the past. I've only posted a couple times on what you can look at. A couple things, couple plays that are very easily to make money on. Yeah, but like I said, man, this is the worst phase. This is the most unfun phase we will go through. It's gonna suck. It's gonna be fucking brutal. You're gonna see I've told you guys right away. You're gonna see the people you thought were fucking your friends, thought that they were in this to help you out. They're gonna fucking turn on you. They're gonna cry baby about everything. They're gonna bitch and moan about fucking ape. This is what they'll bitch about. Aron, he's against us, blah, blah, blah. Like I said, in the end of the day, he gave up 3% fucking of ape. 3% of ape. Big fucking deal. And yes, I wish he would have done it earlier. And yes, he's an idiot. Aron, you are a moron for not doing it earlier. Sorry, but you just are. But do I want to sit here now and go ahead and cry? And are people going to probably use that as a clip now and try and skew my words and make it a fucking... Oh my god, look what he said. No. Am I gonna cry and care and whine and moan and say we need to replace Aron now? No, not because he threw down 3%. Maybe Aron goes, well, fuck it. I think ape will go back up once this fucking market ends. And that's the thing. We all want him to fucking issue ape so bad right now, clear the debt, finish it off, kill the short squeeze, fuck them all up. And the way he could be looking at it is, all right, well, right now it's a massive bear market. The stock's done nothing but plummet. I believe at some point it'll go up. But for now, I can sell 3% of my war chest, make what I currently need. Maybe he needed the 162 million for whatever. Obviously, like I said, pay down a thing or pay down a bond a little bit. He got a discount. He bought a theater. I mean, he obviously has other plans. Got their cash back up. He, like I said, if he does a reverse stock split on Ape, we're feeling good. But like I said, you don't have to sit there and agree with every goddamn thing Aron does, or you're not an ape. You're allowed to disagree with moves he makes, and it's okay. You don't have to fucking hate a guy because you don't agree with shit he's doing. You also don't know how hard it is or anything going on in the background or what it really takes to run it or do all these things we think our say is just go do this. So, but yes, do I think he hasn't used the movement to his advantage as much as he should have? Fuck no. He should have sold fucking us ape shirts, fucking AMC ape shirts like crazy the day of. He should have sold all. There's so many things he could have done. And see, one of the things I was mad about what he did, it's like, you know, you sit there and you go to all these fucking theaters, but you go to all the nicest ass ones. Why don't you go to the shittier ones? Find out why they're shitty. I mean, we just closed down one in Apple Valley here, and everybody loved the theater. It even had an arcade in it. It was nice as fuck. The only thing about it is the seats were like sitting down at a fucking baseball stadium. Like, who wants to sit down on this hard-ass plastic chair? Nobody. And everybody said the same thing. I love that place other than the seats. And they'd all go to the fucking Marcus Theater down the road, which has recliners. It's just small things like that that you look at and you go, okay, if you would have just got the recliner seats here, that AMC in Apple Valley probably would have fucking thrived, dude. And it's just small changes like that. And it's like, go around, instead of going around to all the nice ones, go around to the shittier ones and see what small changes you could maybe make. Like, but like I said, I mean, obviously I run a company differently than he does. But I haven't ran multi-billion-dollar companies either, so who the hell am I to say? But, like I said, AMC has a ton of stuff coming for them in the future. This AMC credit card thing, if done right, could be a massive... If he even just gets a piece of this, guys. If he even gets a little small slice of that. He could get hundreds of millions to $1 billion just on the credit card. You got Saudi Arabia. You got the popcorn. You got streaming coming now into movie theaters next year. Said you got a whole bunch of shit going for AMC. You just got to relax and get through the shit period of the blood fucking red, bleed out fucking market, bear market garbage that these guys have created. Like I said, they own 89% of the stocks. If you think you're hurting, check their profiles. Check their portfolios. They're not feeling good. I don't care what they say. There should be margin calls across the board, but they're giving them hand jibbers in the back again. We'll be right though. Like I said, guys, I know it sucks. And everyone who sat there and put your life savings into it thought it was going to be a quick play. Dude, I feel for everyone, you guys. I really fucking do. I wish I could help you guys. I wish I could give you advice. I could show you guys plays to help with something. I wish I could do something more than just sit here and educate you guys. Because obviously I know that shit sucks. I know it fucking sucks ass to watch that fucking number go down and down. I've been through these markets before. It's not fun. It is not fun. I'm not going to sit there and sugarcoat shit and be like, you know, no, I don't fucking know. I'm not going to sit there and give you the, oh, this will be it. Like I said, I have never in my life changed my tone. I believe phase 6 will finish these fuckers off. I believe 3, 6, 9, and 12 marks, you will continuously see AMC's cost to borrow massively spike. I don't believe FTX was the massive thing that everyone thought it was. I think it was a lot of these contracts expiring and them needing to be redone at that time. And that, what do you know, next thing you notice... But I don't know. It's hard to say if it was FTX or not. Because at the same time, according to Sam, they're backed 1-to-1. So I don't fucking know. Like I said, I apparently need to move. Yeah, I'm in Apple Valley. I need to move. Apparently need to look way more into these tokenized securities. Because when he actually said that they were backed 1-to-1, it blew my fucking mind. Like, I'm like, what? Sam literally just said they're backed 1-to-1. He literally just said they're backed 1-to-1 as far as he knows, they're backed 1-to-1. What? What do you think about Dave Lauer. Oh, there you go. See, this is the thing. Here it is. What do you think of Dave Lauer tweeting this doesn't make sense? If you turned off dark pools, there would be not a single fucking difference before retail's orders. Like I said, Dave is right. They don't go into dark pools. They go into the OTC market, the over-the-counter market. That is internalizers, ATS systems, the CNS program, the stock borrow system. That is, they got STFs, they got family offices, they got market to market. You got the CNS program. I mean, name it, dude. They got it. They don't need to go to dark pools. They literally don't need a dark pool at all. Dark pools should never come out of our mouths again. Communicate with the Marine to help them. I don't think I have them blocked, so I guess... Can you please put the link up? Yeah, I thought I did. Here it is. Here's the proposal. Like I said, this proposal's... Everything about it I like. Everything about it's nice. And yes, I do believe we'll squeeze. I still believe we'll squeeze. Yeah, MMTPL, man, that shit's... Or, yeah, TLP, that shit's... I don't even know what's going on with that anymore, man. That's the most fucked up thing. Oh, another thing. Last thing. I knew I skipped something. Where the fuck? This man. I 100% hope Aron does this. I think this will be an insanely into all of these CEOs. I hope if all of these CEOs actually do this and start getting together and they start... I don't know why they wouldn't. If you were a CEO of a publicly traded company and you know illegal short selling's out there and you know it's fucking your company up and your ability to borrow shares, to get people invested in your company, to get them interested in your company, or make them uninterested in your company, things that can kill your company, why would you not want to band together and stop this? Aron, if you're fucking... I know you're not listening. Probably never will. But if you somehow hear this one day... Fucking listen to this man. Get a hold of this guy and fucking do this. We don't need more than just retail fighting this battle. If we have CEOs fighting this battle with us, that's huge. You know what, dude? I'm gonna follow this guy. Dude's a legend. I'm even gonna buy his fucking stock. But, like I said, guys, this period's not gonna be fun. It's not. I mean, I was telling you guys that for a while, and I think everybody, when I said it was gonna get bloody, it was gonna get worse, it was gonna suck ass, and you're gonna see who really gives a fuck about you guys. People, I think, blew that over because I said it so fast. But it was the truth, man. All these guys, why do you think I've been bashing YouTubers forever? Because it's not hard to see which ones still give a fuck or ever did give a fuck. How many of them are sitting there continuously bashing the company that made them? It's just fucking stupid. I'm going to turn my back on everyone that made me because now I'm super cool because I'm rich. No, you're a fucking fag, and if I ever saw you in the fucking streets, Matt Kohrs, I would knock your fucking ass out. Same to you, Al, you fucking sexy... I don't even know what to call you, fucking... I'm gonna say sexist, you fucking sit there and just send your dick to women. What a fucking loser. Good grief, people. God, some of these people were looking up to blows my mind, dude. Like, what the fuck, dude? We chose the wrong people to fucking be voices of the movement or whatever. Let's just say that. Good grief. Fuck Al, man. I'm not gonna say nothing about that guy. He can... Fuck that man, dude. I don't want to let it out. Not today. It's Christmas time. It's Christmas time. I gotta be nice today. Yeah, Meet Kevin. Fucking, do you guys see that? Matt Kohrs works for Meet Kevin now. This is my point. He literally works for his company. He has a job at his company. How pathetic. Meet Kevin. He works for Meet Kevin. Fuck them all, man. But yeah, like I said, in the end of the day, I put out this tweet. Where the hell was it? Actually, I tweeted back, but this is truly how it is. If I can find it. If I can't find it in a second, I'm just gonna fuck it. But this is true here. You can see how many people have never been through a liquidation phase in the stock market. They're not fun. Everyone's getting smashed, not just yours. You are now investors, not traders anymore. Like I said, guys, you are now officially traders or investors. You're no longer traders. You are investors. You are now learning how to invest in the stock market. By investing, you go through the ups and you go through the downs. And you go through the downs, you know, more, you know, should be doing. And I can't tell you what you should be doing, but when you're in the downs, there's things you could be doing. And when they go back up, hopefully, you know, you're feeling a lot better. But I don't want to do anything that would make me do fucking stock advice. Where the hell is it? Yeah, I mean, like I said, nobody, Wells Fargo, and then this bitch is like, nobody's above the law. No one's above the law, not even a former president. But the bankers seem to be. Fucking douche. God, I hate fucking her. I hate all these goddamn fucking politicians at this point. I mean, for fuck's sake, dude. And like she said, man, and like I've been saying forever, if you want to fuck the whole system up, stop playing with it. Stop going by it. Get the fuck out of these banks. Get the fuck out of the bank. If it's in ISDA, get the fuck out of it. I don't care. Again, I don't care if you have $5, $6, 10, 45 cents. Get the fuck out of the banks. Now, if I can't find this in the next 13 seconds. Fuck it, I'm over it. I'm just gonna read chat for a couple minutes. I'm gonna go here in a minute or two. Go see the wife. I haven't even seen her all day. Mac fucking kohrs, man. Lou was literally, I can't believe how big Lou got and how popular Lou got. I mean, my God, dude. The dude literally was a con man, for fuck's sake. He was a legitimate con man. Ask the fucking... ask the police report. What are the banks? Same minutes. Hope I can fucking spell Christ. There you go. There you go. Is this right there? If your bank is on there, get the hell out of it. I'm telling you, it's the best thing you guys can do is get the fuck out of these banks and pay off these credit cards. And then go open up an AMC credit card. Open up an AMC credit card. How long is the liquidation phase? I don't know, man. I can't answer that one. That one I do not know. Do I think AMC will go lower? If it does, I don't think it'll be able to go much lower. I feel like the cost of borrow's getting a lot higher. It's getting a lot harder for them to... I mean, maybe they can fuck around, but I feel like retail's still buying at this level pretty good to the point where they're not going to be able to bring it too much lower. That's why I was saying... with the meme stocks, they'll hit a bottom before everything else, and that's why I was saying the meme stocks to me are a lot more safer than all these other, you know, things right now. But you know, there are blue chip stocks I'm going to be buying here soon that I look at that I feel like bottoming out. But I'm not gonna say anything. Like I said, I don't ever tell people what I buy. Doesn't really matter. Credit unions all the way, man. Fuck yeah. I've been preaching credit unions for like a year and a half. They're literally they're a bank that gives a fuck about you and is ran by you guys. You have say, you have power in that bank. You can vote who the fuck is in charge. You can kick them out. If they're fucking you, you can kick them. You can get them out of there. Like I said, the credit unions are amazing. You'll get better deals on them. You'll get better interest rates. You'll get better loans. I know a lot of people that had loans and actually moved over to a credit union, got better rates, saved a lot of money doing it. Yes, I actually went out and I actually got a whole bunch of physical gold. I have land as well. I think land is a good investment. Well, I can't tell what I have land as well. I think is a safe place to have money. T plus 90, I'm not sure about the T plus 90. I've never really been a believer of the T plus 90. We'll see, I guess. Like I said, there's not enough evidence for me to say, yes, the T plus 90 is legitimate. You think 350 to 418? Maybe. I'm not too sure on Apes bottom here. I don't see it going much lower right now, though. Pull my charts up and stuff. I guess I can go look, but where did Lou find big enough bra? The big and tall, man. He went up to the big and tall. They got enough of those. December 28th is T plus 90. Well, then we got 1 week, I guess, and we'll find out. But I'm not too sure, man. I don't really believe in the T plus 90. I don't put none of my faith in that. You in Apple Valley? Yes, I am. T plus 90 is not on Ape because it was not syndicated. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I never really believed in the T plus 90. I didn't really look too much into it. When is 9 months of phase 6? 9 months from September 1st. Yeah, the snow's been insane up here, man. My wife got hit today. She got rear-ended. That was sweet. Big Bear? I don't know where Big Bear is, man. That's in Minnesota? How the hell do I not know where Big Bear is? Oh, do you mean White Bear? It's like I know where White Bear is. I don't know where Big Bear is, man. Yeah, she's alright. My car is scratched. That's about it. She was luckily parked when he hit her. Answer the odd lock question. What was the odd lock question? Ask the odd lock question one more time. I didn't see it. Ask it one more time. I'm not seeing an odd lock question. Did you guys remove them? I see a message was removed. I don't see an odd lock question. Re-ask the question one more time, real quick. What will 10 shares increment by? No, odd lots are 100. You need 100 of them. Yes, increments of 100. Alrighty. Thank you guys for joining. Maybe I'll go live again tomorrow. Maybe after Christmas here. I'm not sure what. I do want to go ahead and do. I'm gonna go ahead and read that PDF on the proposal here, and I'll go ahead and put a video out on this. Cause if there's as much stuff in here as it seems like there is, according to Dave Lauer, I definitely want to check way more out into this. I haven't really read too much into it today, but it talks about ATSs, so that's. Yeah, I'll definitely read this. I'll definitely let you guys know more about this here quick. But thank you guys so much. I hope you guys all have a very Merry Christmas or Happy Holiday, whatever you guys celebrate. I hope you're with a whole bunch of loved ones. Enjoy your day off, you guys. Like I said, man, just take some time off, you guys. This phase, I'm telling you right now, it's not gonna be fun. It's gonna suck ass. Every day you're gonna look at your account, you're gonna be pissed for a little bit. But just go ahead and, like I said, put the phone down for a while. Go outside. Go do some things that make you happy, man. Don't sit there and watch the line all day long. There's really no reason to. But Merry Christmas, y'all. Love y'all. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Mm, 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 mm. Mhm. Mm. Mm.
Mhm. Mm. 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 Mhm. 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 Mhm.
Mm, 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 mm. Mm.
Mm, mm, mm.
Mm.